8 minutes past the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Either terrestrial radio, your app, YouTube, whatever the case. Thank you for being with us. So many ways to watch and listen to the Rick and Bubba Show. We just appreciate you being here with us today. We are internless right now, so if you call, it's going to be just maybe a live, unscreened phone call, 866-WE-BE-BIG, but we encourage you to participate if you would like as we start the discussion here to start the week here on the kickoff hour. We have a lot to break down, stories of the day from this past weekend, personal stories. It's all on the table, and we'll get this thing started. Eddie Van Adler, he's right in there. He's got YouTube live in HD. And over to my right is Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up? How are y'all?
Good. How are you?
What?
About you guys?
We're here.
Fired up?
I remember this discussion a week ago. At this moment when we said, hey, it happens quick.
It does.
We leave on Friday, and here we are.
It does.
I think we're all caught up off air. We were kind of catching up on each other's weekend, and a lot was happening.
A lot of weed eating for me.
Yeah, okay.
Well, toting that weed eater gets on your back.
Hey, boo to the weed eater. Boo to the weed eater.
Yeah.
Is around your house?
Yes.
Around your house, just knocking down, huh?
Yes, sir, buddy. Have these areas I let get out of hand because they're not really in the yard. They're just kind of off to the side. And then when they cut the hay, it makes it look really bad.
Yeah.
So I said, well, I better deal with that.
Yeah.
And as long as the hay's up, you don't notice it. But boy, we got a bunch of round bells just rolling all through the hills.
Yeah.
I love the way that looks.
Yeah, it does.
It
is a good look.
Yeah.
I like smell hay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to your point.
But then you go, oh, well, there's that area over there that's grown up. Now you can see it.
And I should have kept it down, but I didn't.
And I kept saying, I'll go get that, And
now it's out of control, and it's going to take me a minute.
Oh, yeah. But I was so glad the weed had cranked on the first pull because, you don't want to get in there where I can't get it to crank.
Right.
God.
It takes mine about 4 or 5 pulls. It takes my weed eater 4 or 5 pulls. I can get my blower cranked in 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
My worst trying to crank is my pressure washer. That son of a gun.
because it sits there the longest.
Yes, it does. Really needs to be
mad
used.
at it.
Really needs to be used.
It does. I've stomped a few of them.
Some friends of mine went in together and got a pressure washer because of that fact, and that is it doesn't need to sit in there. When one of us needs it, we'll just keep
they have
passing
stuff
it around.
if you'll put in it when you're not using it that keeps it from doing that. But guess who doesn't never do that?
Right.
Me.
Yeah, and I don't either.
There's ways to do it.
Oh, yeah.
It's made for that.
That's right.
You put it in the fuel and it's fine.
Yep.
It can see it.
Yeah.
But guess what? Never done it.
Never done.
Yeah. I always say, I tell you what, this new one I just bought me, because I bought me a new one a couple years ago. I'm going to stay on top of it.
Yeah.
I was pulling on that son of a gun the other day. I got so mad. Finally.
Really?
God.
I know.
Have you done this? And sometimes I have to go with the manual. I can't tell whether I have the switch on or off.
Yeah.
Because it's a little circle and then a little line. And I'll be pulling, and I'll go, wait a minute. And I'll click it, and wow, there to go. And I go, golly, I've been yanking on it and had the switch off the whole time.
I don't know what it is about stuff like that. Equipment you don't use a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe it's once or twice a year. And every time, you got to hit it's like 4 different steps.
Well, let me ask this: what's wrong with on and off?
I know. I wish it was that case.
They used to have that on them. Now we got symbols. The choke. You got the choke open. You got. I'm just going.
I got your
get the manual out.
Yeah, you got your rabbit and your turtle, and you got all that.
How about off and on?
And I
choke, open, close.
I always tell myself, all right, remember this. You got it dialed in, buddy. Yeah. Remember this. And then 6 months later, you go, hey, how did I do that?
I don't know.
Yeah. I almost want to tape instructions to the side of it.
That gas has been sitting in it for 2 years. You think it's still good?
Wow. Oh my gosh. I'll tell you.
He lost his microphone.
Well, I'll tell you this too. It happened to me again Friday. I guess it was. Maybe I think it was Friday. You remember the last time I sprayed for the weeds and it rained? Like the next day, I was like, Well, I had weed eated, the hill in the back, and then I had weed eated good around the property. So I said, it's time, because I've noticed the weeds are coming back up around the fence and stuff. I'm like, I'm spraying. So I sprayed, and it was like early afternoon, and it was hot. Sun was out. I mean, it was just baking. And then it came the biggest, I don't know about where you live, Helmsy, but it came the biggest rainstorm where I'm talking about blowing sideways, things getting pushed over, and I'm like, what? Trees half bent over, and I'm like, my gracious, and it was just a little bitty old a little bitty ball, and it just hit us perfectly, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll wait 3 or 4 days and see if everything starts turning brown, or did I just waste
Wash
an
it
hour of
all
my
down and
life?
everything.
Dadgummit. Now, it was a couple of hours, so I'm hoping it took.
Yeah.
But it was the kind of rain where, like, there was, like water streams in my backyard that was just kind of going to where draining off and stuff. I'm like, it wasn't don't think, it was a little bit of a rain. It was one of those blowing things over, mulch all over the driveway.
They usually don't last long, but the amount of water that falls,
it's something else. It really is something else.
I think that was one of those that just hung over you because it didn't move towards us.
Yeah, on the radar, it was just a little bitty old thing. Well, it was red and yellow.
Kill a fella.
I mean,
I used Thursday and Friday to get I had to get up, clean the gutters, and weed eat, and picked weeds like no other. But Saturday we had what I'm calling the decluttering event of the century at our house. We kind of had hey guys, here's the deal. School's starting next week. We got to get things in order. Like this place is
school's back, by the way.
I know,
yeah,
and
here.
Starting tomorrow.
Yeah,
and so hey, Saturday, let's just take the day and get it done. We filled garbage bag after garbage bag of things to throw away, take to the donation places. I mean, it was nuts, and I couldn't believe it, but I got a bunch of buy-in from Amanda on tossing things that wasn't expected.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's just wanting to get done with the day or she was really like she's probably going to be looking for it coming up, but we decluttered more stuff. I'm so excited. I get excited about that for some reason.
That's good.
Because the place looks like I want it now.
Yeah.
And it's been kind of got the kids, hey, look, we got to find laptops and let's get school supplies. And, of course, I had them going back Thursday instead of Tuesday, and that stings. They were like, Dad, I think you're wrong. I hope you're right, but I think you're wrong. I think we go back Tuesday. And I'm like, no, y'all go Thursday. And I was thinking.
Did you just make that up?
Well, Speedy and I were talking last week about when the kids start, and his kids starts Thursday. And so I was like, well, that's when we're starting. Guys, y'all start Thursday. We still got a couple days. Yeah. I had planned out like Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday we were going to do something special before they go Thursday. We got to get it all in today.
Yeah, that's funny.
Anyway,
that is good stuff. So let me ask you back to your weed eating, Greg. How long of a job was it? Was it hours?
Ooh. Yeah, because I added a few other things in too. I had to haul some wood off.
Is this one of those things though that you won't have to do for a long time? Or you think next month I got to tackle this again? Yeah,
maybe about a month probably, depending on the rain. Mm-hmm. I should do it quicker, but I probably won't.
Right.
I just wondered. I didn't know.
Yeah,
You look out there.
I may never do it again.
Hey, it was hot too.
Oh boy, it was real hot. Real hot. Yeah.
Like I said, I cut the hay and it made everything look worse. I said, well, there's a spot I've been ignoring.
Yeah.
But the hay looks so good. People are looking at the hay; they're not looking at the.
It does.
Where we did
them big old round bells.
But you know what? You got it done.
I did.
You got it done. You out there.
We talk like you like to do that during the week, so on the weekend you don't have to. Do it.
That was kind of my deal. Thursday and Friday.
Yeah.
So, got a lot of stuff left to do.
The key is to weed eat it down and spray it to where you don't have to do it, but once every 3 months.
Yeah.
But we'll see if I wasted my time on Friday or not. I have no idea. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
I forgot he's holding the mic.
Yeah, still holding the mic over here. Y'all forgot all about that. The kickoff hour has started. Brand new week. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big, the number. So one of the stories today, it says, and the headline is Team USA tops China in medal count as the Tokyo Olympics wrap up with the closing ceremonies.
Yep,
Did y'all see any of that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I did not either. I didn't look over at it. I
Well,
knew
the whole ceremony in an empty place just
Yeah.
is weird.
I watched. Was it Slidell Seidel, the girl that ran the marathon that finished bronze for the U.S. So it
Yeah, the
hadn't
marathon's
happened-
always the last
and
event.
and it hadn't happened in forever that an American has.
Oh, the
the
Kenyans
woman.
did. Oh,
yeah.
Well, you had two Kenyans, 1 and 2, and then you had I don't remember who was third and fourth, but I think her name is Slidell or Seidel, one of the two. And she was keeping up with the Kenyans and right there 1, 2, 3 and led for a lot of it. And you just was thinking, goodness, I never thought I would get caught up watching a marathon, for crying out loud.
Right.
They were 2 hours into it. They had about 30 minutes left, and I couldn't take my eyes off of it because there she is right there, Seidel. And I was thinking, is she going to pull this off? She went to Notre Dame, and this was only her third marathon she's even run in. And so she ended up the girl that she fell back behind to fourth. And then the girl that was in third just stopped. She couldn't go any further.
Oh, right, I guess.
So that kicked her into the bronze position and I guess gave her a little extra energy because there they are right there. Look at her. She was leading. That's probably at about 2 hours in.
How can people run that far?
That's what I was – and, Greg, when they got across the finish line, I mean, they were obviously tired
But
in their
not
bodies.
like you would
but
think.
they were nothing like you would think.
I would be – well, it wouldn't matter. I couldn't get there. But I
know.
don't understand how they do that. At the pace they do it at especially.
So the Kenyan on the left, I think, won it, and then the one on the right that she's splitting. But she ended up, if you're watching on YouTube TV, or YouTube, not YouTube TV. She, but hey, that was a fantastic. We had American finish bronze in the marathon, so it hadn't happened in a while.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe that. Amanda and I were sitting there cheering for her and watching it, and I'm like, so we're watching a marathon and like
Right.
into this.
Yeah.
What is up with us?
Well, apparently, and I didn't know this, but apparently China led the count of gold medals. They had 38 going into the final day, but Team USA added 3 on Sunday to finish with 39 gold medals to China's 38, and then we had a total of 113 to their 88.
Of course, basketball team won. Told everybody,
Yeah.
we all told everybody to calm down. They'd get it together and do it, and they did.
and they
I
did.
think the women's basketball won as well.
Yeah, they dominated the whole thing.
They did. They did. And I think we won in women's volleyball.
Yep.
The last day apparently
Collected quite a
really-
few golds there the last day.
Yeah, and it pushed us over China, which, I mean, anytime you beat China, that's a good thing.
I was trying to explain that to Braden last night. He's like, "Hey, who won? Who won the Olympics? Did we win?" And I said, "Well, we did." I said, "But it's hard to look at it that way because we also have more athletes that compete than anybody else."
Yeah.
So I don't really know how, but yes, we won. I just left it at that. Yeah, we won.
Okay.
Son.
If you go by medal count.
Yes.
Sure.
I saw a couple of stories coming out of the Olympics. One that's going to disturb y'all. We were having fun with the speed walking. You know where and
I know where you're going with this.
And the judging with the speed walking is that both feet have to be on the ground at the same time. If not, it's considered jogging. And we all thought, oh, that'd be easy to do because that's the
Not
first
until
thing
I saw the
thought
times they were doing it in.
Well, not only the times, but they started breaking down. When you run,
Still a weird
when you
sport.
run hard, your heart rate and everything goes up. Then when you slow down, it can slow down. But in speed walking, you don't have the ability to do that. You're at one pace all the time, and cardio-wise, they say it's very hard. But I didn't know this. I was just listening and watching a story. But they said the Olympics are doubling down on wokeness. They will eliminate the long-standing event in name of gender equality.
Why?
they're saying
they don't have
that-
a women event instead of adding a women's event like this.
Well, why do they not?
And they say, according to this, the Olympic Committee has decided the race does not fit with the stated mission of gender equality. It is the only event in the Olympics program that has no approximate equivalent for women. And so now they're going to make it for the future, it's going to be a co-ed race where it's going to be men and women.
I'm missing
on a
why we
team.
can't just have men's and women.
I don't know.
Are they not enough?
Do you know it was introduced as an Olympic sport in 1932? And so I was telling Terry this. So since 1932, it's been okay.
Right.
But now,
that's a good
suddenly,
point.
in the 2020 Olympics that were played in 2021, now because of wokeness and gender equality, now it's not fit to be an Olympic event. But up to now, it was fine.
So these
And we seem to all function, you know.
Yeah.
But now we're going to change the world, and officials think it's unfair because the same officials haven't created a women's version of the same competition. So
these
Still
speed
don't know
walkers,
why that would be hard to do. but
right,
their miles are 5.5 to 6 minutes.
yeah, it's
Okay,
really
it's
unbelievable.
crazy.
That's
Yeah.
getting it.
And I think in that particular race you're talking about, because that's the last one they say it's going to be. It was like 3 hours and 30 something minutes. Is how
Yeah.
long it took.
Yeah.
Imagine doing that for that long.
God. That-
Yeah, and the reason this was brought up, I think it was Thursday or Friday, is because I told Terry she could be a speed walker and that she
Sure,
needs to
yeah.
enter this event because of the pace that we walk at.
Yeah.
I just at times I'm jogging beside her, and she's just a swinging her little arms just to going at it.
Getting
but
it.
I'm like, honey, you should be in this event. I think you've got time to train, and maybe you should try it. But no, I'm kidding. But it's going to be co-ed now. They're going to show them. The world's going to change.
well, thank goodness we're getting that straightened out. I don't know what would happen
I mean,
if we don't get this speed walking thing worked out.
I know. As I go to break, I would love to wish my dad happy 81st birthday.
How about that?
Larry the
Happy
Leaf. Larry the
birthday.
Leaf is 81 today.
81.
81 years old.
Well, congratulations.
Huh? You
Happy
kidding me? Love you, Dad. We will go to break. We'll be right back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Eddie Van Adler, he is here. He's got TV. I am Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. It's the Good Time Gang. I saw Bubba. He is here.
I got to know, did he take the elevator today?
Yeah, he came out of the elevator still dealing with that foot injury that he's getting through. So hopefully it's a little bit better today. Wasn't walking like it, but when you wake up and get going for the day, it takes a little minute. Takes a little bit.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. It gets longer, too. That period of time that it takes you to wake up and get going gets longer the older you get.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
I agree. I agree with that.
By 7:30 this morning, I'll feel fantastic.
If I can get up and just walk around a little bit, I'll be great. I'll be great. And so the guys are getting settled in and ready to go for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. The guys will talk about this on the main show. I thought it was kind of funny, though. I'm just going to briefly bring this up. Former President Obama had his birthday bash.
Yeah.
And I thought it was kind of the local the local authorities said that traffic. There were so many people. It was like a show. Was just mayhem. But yet everybody was supposed to be COVID compliant, and we'll see if that plays out or not. But the party's original guest list of nearly 500 people had been reduced to only friends and close family. But yet there was a lot of friends there. I thought it was interesting to some of the people that got axed. I've always wondered that.
Oh, didn't make the cut?
How about that call coming out?
Yeah.
So we had to cut a few, and this is who it is.
Yeah, got a lot of white dudes. Let's see. David Letterman, you're out.
Oh, Letterman out.
Yeah, David Letterman's out.
He wasn't going anywhere.
Larry David, out.
Larry David out. Yeah, nobody's whiter than Larry David.
Thought this was it. Conan O'Brien, out.
Wow.
You're gone. You're not coming.
See ya.
You're not coming. No, sorry. Jay-Z, though, you're in. Beyonce in. Steven Spielberg, you're in. The list. Stephen Colbert, you're in. John Kerry, you're in.
Really?
Nancy Pelosi, you're in.
So
he didn't.
John Kerry?
Yeah,
I would have definitely went with Letterman.
Letterman, yeah. You gonna bump?
Why not?
Letterman,
he sees John Kerry all the time.
Yeah.
No way he likes Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
No way. He's obligated. Politics.
And hey, you ready for the biggest controversy of the day? There's been a photo released, and it shows President Obama in a big crowd without his mask on.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait just a dadgum.
Y'all, it shows
Smile.
It shows
Smile.
Wait, what, Spectre?
Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute.
I love that.
Wait a minute. 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 Wait a minute.
Good night. That's a lot of wait a minute.
I've never counted the wait a minutes. But
we usually cut him off. I'm glad you let it run.
Yeah, did you like that?
I did. We usually cut him off at 2.
Yeah, but now the South Dakota biker rally that had just everybody come into the city and I forget the name of it, but Fauci was quick to dog them, but he hadn't said a word about wait a minute.
Now wait a minute.
Not one word about Obama's bash.
Wait a minute.
Sturgis, thank you. The Sturgis bike rally. Have you seen the pictures?
Wow, what, 600,000 something? I may have made that up. It's something crazy.
Hey, lots of people.
Lots of folks on bikes.
Oh.
Well, they had it last year, remember?
Yeah.
In the middle of the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
So this isn't new to them.
No. Fauci quick to dog them, but not a word on the Obamas.
Yeah.
But we'll see. But yeah, they were saying, please look at that. Adler showing up.
Nobody, probably a slightly bigger crowd at Sturgis than the Obamas.
Nobody de-invited to that one.
No, they did not de-invite.
No, just come on, come one, come all.
Good night.
You can't hardly see the street for the people. There's a lot of folks there. I just thought it was funny though because that was one of the biggest stories. And now they said that the list of 500 was knocked down, but if you notice, they never gave that total. And according to the local people that were running traffic, they're like, I have no idea. I thought it was kind of interesting. People that were against the global warming and telling you to wear your mask all flew in and went maskless.
Sure.
Yeah. But that's how the elite do that.
That's it.
So that's there
what
this
about
weekend.
The bikers?
Yeah.
Well, they got helmets on.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, they're fine.
Most of them don't.
Full head.
Most of them don't wear helmets.
Yeah. The guys will break that down. And I thought this was interesting. Kansas senator, is calling on the DOJ to investigate the role ESPN has played in Texas and Oklahoma moving to the SEC.
Uh-oh, here we go.
He thinks that ESPN is to blame for their role in the conference losing Texas and Oklahoma in 2025. Of course, we all know it'll be sooner than that. But
I would like to tell, is it Kansas?
Yeah, the Kansas.
Hey, Jayhawks.
Roger Marshall. Is
I
his
think
name.
you're the reason.
Yeah.
That you're part of the reason there, pal.
Absolutely.
Have you seen your programs other than basketball?
Yeah.
Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he
Miles is no longer there, is he?
No, you remember all that controversy
Yeah.
stirred up. It wasn't even at Kansas. It was from LSU, wasn't it?
Yeah, by the way, and see, this is the kind of stuff that drives me nuts.
And that went quieter. I really don't remember all the details.
I don't either. But to this guy's point, Speedy, they did a whole special on Kansas football. ESPN did. So to say that they don't give them anything and they're part to blame, I get that they build Texas and Oklahoma up, but that's because they've been in it's Texas and Oklahoma. But who else would give Kansas an opportunity to do their special with Les Miles? They did a whole deal. They followed them through the season.
And four people
And they
watched
were
it.
horrible. They had like 2 wins. I watched every episode. It was excellent because of Les Miles.
Yeah, he is kind of fun to watch.
Of course, the whole time he's doing, whatever, but the guy fired.
Sure. All that came back on.
The senator out of Kansas, Senator Marshall, pointed out news reports that illustrated that Big 12 had evidence of manipulation by ESPN and commitment that Big 12 commissioner even sent a cease and desist letter to the network accusing them of trying to get teams to join the SEC. So they feel like with the money when it comes to TV rights and stuff like that, that they were trying to get Texas and Oklahoma to come over to the SEC. So I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Nah. But he has called on the DOJ to investigate ESPN's role in them shifting over. But we'll see how that plays out.
I tell you who had a big play in it was the fact that the other TV provider, was it Fox that had them, wouldn't put their games at certain times, and it frustrated them. Mm-hmm. That was one of the biggest deals.
Yeah.
Now ESPN will probably do that now that they're over here.
Right.
But
yeah,
the SEC network.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
You gotta be all mad about it.
I'm excited that it's happening.
I am
fired up.
Yeah.
That's
and again, I can't wait till they figure out when, because they're not waiting to 25.
Yeah.
No
you're
way.
right.
No way.
Right.
No way. I mean, first of all, the atmosphere, just knowing that, okay, we're leaving, it's not going to be good for the Big 12.
Oh, can you imagine next year?
Yeah.
Because we know they're playing. Well, Greg, it's this year, and it's actually here.
Right.
I said next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're weeks away.
We're weeks away, and I think doesn't Arkansas plays Texas in week 2 or 3?
Well, they do play them this year.
Yeah.
Clemson and Georgia play week 1.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. But no, I was just thinking about Texas.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Texas
Texas
and
does play Arkansas.
Yeah, I thought so.
I was watching in the decluttering process. I had several things rolling through on the TV that was kind of in the background. One of them was Seabiscuit.
Oh, that's a great one.
Who doesn't love Seabiscuit?
And then
It's long.
And then SEC Storied. I hadn't seen this one. It was about Alabama's season, 2020, fighting through COVID, whatever, another national title. It was really good, behind the scenes stuff. But it fired me up for college football. Usually it takes me 3 or 4 weeks into the season before I get going, and this kind of got me there. I was like, okay, wow, so here we go. This is going to be fun.
Yeah. Also, big college news over the weekend, legendary Florida State coach Bobby Bowden has died at age 91.
91.
I was looking at some of his stats. He has a career 377 wins. That's 4th most in NCAA history. 304 of which were with Florida State. He won 2 national titles at FSU, and his 21 bowl game wins are 2nd most of all time.
Wow.
21 bowl game wins.
Quite a career.
Yeah, quite a career. He announced July 21st he had terminal illness that Terry Bowden later said was pancreatic cancer. And Bobby Bowden had been treated for prostate cancer more than a decade ago, but he passed away this past weekend. News coming out of NCAA football.
When he took over Florida State, they were nothing. And he turned them into a powerhouse.
Yeah,
The facilities were nothing.
Yeah.
They were nothing.
Right.
I mean, it's an amazing story.
Yeah.
They're a little down now, but
And I wish they'd get back. Right. College football is so much better when they're tomahawk chalking.
I agree.
Golly.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
10 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. This portion of the show brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. Now that we're kind of moving forward and everybody's starting to think about, fall, I know the temperature's not there yet, but we are kind of starting to think about it. I know if you're my wife, you are. Boy, she cannot wait, y'all. She is. I can't wait for the fall to be here, and it will be here fast. But being comfortable in your own home is important, and a new couch or chair or sofa for the family room or your living room to watch the ball games on. Maybe your screened-in porch, the patio areas where you want to focus on. Well, let us suggest Allform because they make outstanding, high-quality, handmade in America furniture, including armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats that are affordable. So check them out right now at allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba. Their furniture arrives fast, and shipping is always free. Think about it. You have your new chair or sofa in about 3 or 4 days, and you can customize it exactly the way you want it. You don't have to worry about screwdrivers either or some, hard-to-do, put-together list. You don't have to worry about stuff like that. No problem. It comes with that 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. So you have nothing to lose, which means that you can instead think about, what you're going to be doing with your family and different things that you need to focus on and not worry about that. Go to allform.com/Bubba, and when you do, you're going to save 20% off anything you buy and get a forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba. Use that website for a 20% savings off anything that you buy. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com as well. All right, now 8 minutes until top of the hour. Rick and Bubba are here. They join us here shortly. But, Greg, you were talking about a few minutes ago that, live concerts, they're back, at least for the time being until they're shut down again.
Yeah.
And I see where Leonard Skinner has had to cancel 4 of its upcoming shows because Ricky Medlock has tested positive for COVID.
Yeah, Ricky, he's at home resting. They say they're going to pick it back up. But, let's see, he's been in the band. He was – just a little trivia here, because I always have useless information. You remember the band Blackfoot?
Yes.
Well, that's Ricky Medlock. He was in Leonard Skinner before anybody knew who they were, and he wasn't in the band when they became famous, so he started Blackfoot with Train and all that. Mm-hmm. And then he comes back to Leonard Skinner probably 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
So he's technically a founding member, but not really.
And
Gary Royston is still out. Because remember, Damon Johnson's filling in for him.
Yeah,
he's out with some heart surgery.
Yeah, I was going to say they have been in the news because Damon Johnson is jumping in for him. But now they've had to cancel 4 of their upcoming shows because of Ricky testing positive for COVID-19. It sounds like, to your point, hey, he's home resting, responding well to treatment. So hopefully everything will continue to progress in his condition. But they are having to cancel those shows.
Yeah.
So. I know a lot of people, and I'm seeing, I think the Oak Ridge boys were close by not too long ago. I saw some footage from there. People are eager to get out to these live events because they haven't had them in so long. And I was talking to, Rock the South is coming up. That's a big outdoor event that's coming up this weekend, actually. And I was talking to the folks that are putting that together, and they said, now this was before the variant and stuff, but they said the fall of this year that we're currently in is going to be big for artists that can, that want to continue to get out there, whatever. He said, but 2022, just being a promoter and scheduling these things, that is going to be one of the biggest concert years that we've seen in a long time. Everybody is going to be out doing it.
Yeah, they all feel like that maybe by then, because you've got some big ones that were pushed from last year to this year. Now they've pushed them to 2022.
Yeah.
So
and that's how these artists. that's how they make their money.
Think about the crews, the road crews, and this pandemic's been killing them.
Yeah, yeah. So it's
how did the deal go? Was it this weekend with Riley Green?
I think it's sold out.
And G-Mac, and I keep saying G-Mac, G-Man, and there were several others there.
Yeah. Morgan Wallen.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I think he hit one out the first time he got up. Hit a home run. That's what somebody was putting.
You can't believe what he said when he was going around the bases.
Yeah, he pointed out.
Well, I'm telling you.
I'm just kidding.
Tyler told me it was a huge event.
So that's good.
Good.
Raise some money then.
Yeah. I saw a lot of pictures and stuff. I saw where they were in, I think NASCAR was in Watkins Glen, I believe. And I saw some of the drivers that were at the game. I think Elliott was there too.
Yeah.
they say it's just a blast. Said it was a huge crowd. Huge crowd.
That's good. Good deal.
Yeah,
That's good.
turnout.
Yeah. And speaking of NASCAR at Watkins Glen, they didn't have it last year. That was one of the races that got canceled because of COVID. And the history of that town when it comes to NASCAR, it goes deep. And they were talking to all the locals about how it was good for them to be back. But I think it was on it was on NBC Sports is what it was on. I saw the crowd. Guys, it was a sellout crowd. There was people everywhere. And then, you go to the Sturgis deal with the bike rally. And then, people are just so eager to get out. And I think it's tough because everybody's trying to balance the variant and being precautious and then going out, too.
I know.
But I see most people, they're tired of sitting around and doing nothing, and they're going out.
So let me say this or ask this because I'm interested. July 4th hits, we all gather, everybody goes to the beach and lake, and it seems like we've already been past what was created there, right? As far as spreading. Mm-hmm. And so now we're starting up. We've been doing sporting events. We've been doing. School's about to start back.
Baseball's been wide open in stadiums since day one, right?
And not a whole lot went on with the Olympics. It seems like everything pretty much handled there. I know there wasn't crowds, but there's still a lot of people there on the grounds.
A lot of people involved, athletes and all. Very few.
So it appears that we don't have to lock down everything like we did. It does appear that way.
Yeah.
At this point.
Don't we know a lot more, too?
We do.
I mean, think about when this thing started and they said, hey, we're going to lock down for 2 weeks. And everybody was like, 2 weeks? That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I can do 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then that turned into, well, no, it needs to be a month. And then
clean your packages coming in your house.
Right,
remember all that.
And then that turned into a lot more, and now we know where we are. But don't we know now a lot more, like when it comes to social distancing, wear a mask if you want to, keep your hands
Wash
clean.
your hands,
really
try
things
to
we
stay.
should have been doing all along, but now
Outdoor things are a little less dangerous than indoor.
Right. Yeah, and if we're in line at a store, you don't get on top of people, whatever.
Yeah, I still keep the distance.
Yeah.
I don't when I'm standing, they used to have the little stickers on the floor. Some still do.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
always stay on my
back to your
sticker.
thing about not locking down, but don't we also know if we don't lock down, we got brains out here and we can function, most of us do, we can function and know, okay, this is what we need to do. If I do go to the store, guess what I'm going to do? I'm not going to get on top of anybody.
And I may put a mask on. What's wrong with
somebody
that?
might put a mask on, and that's okay.
Look, if
And
somebody
I'm gonna
puts a
keep my
mask
hands
on, they're
clean.
not a bad person.
No.
They're not. And if you don't want to wear one, you're not a bad person then either.
Well, apparently you are, but I mean, most look at you like you got a problem. But
I'm
I
saying
think
you don't
it's-
have people that put a political affiliation to whether or not you have a mask on both sides. Are idiots.
Yeah.
It doesn't have anything. Oh, you sell out. You wear a mask. Oh, you buying all that hype? What the buddy just
But isn't it great that
it
we live in
doesn't
a
really matter.
But isn't it great that we at this point live in a country where you do that if you want to? It's okay.
Yeah, same thing with the vax. It shouldn't be mandated, but you need to look at it, and it may not be a bad idea.
Yeah. It's just your situation, your lifestyle, what your condition is, your immune there's some like my parents. They're my dad's 81 today, and my mom is a cancer survivor, and so for
Good
her
idea.
immune system, whatever, it was a good idea for them.
Absolutely.
And so do that. But for others, it might not be. But I see photos now, and I see stories from live events, and people are going.
Bad news for you, though. I see Limp Bizkit has canceled their August tour dates, and I know you love
kidding.
them.
Come on, Greg. Are you serious?
I know you talked about going.
Oh, man.
You want to break some stuff.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell y'all, I ran into Chris Wood Friday night in the store. Remind me, I'll tell you that tomorrow.
Was he awake?
Oh, yeah. Had him a pizza.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. This hour starts with our national anthem. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 27 years, still here, and thankful that you are with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here. They have already participated in the kickoff hour, and hopefully you caught that along all the different Rick and Bubba platforms, whether it will be America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Maybe it's on the TuneIn app. Maybe it's on the podcast archives. Maybe it's live or archived on YouTube. Whatever the case may be, or any platform that I overlooked, we're glad that you are here. And we'll chat with you about all things over the weekend at 866 We Be Big. Will of Meat is back in play. Be aware of that. Could happen at any time, any day. Here this week on the Rick and Bubba Show as we make more Rick and Bubba history. Right there is the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome on in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. I know you're dependent on us. We're dependent on you, too.
Well, imagine a world... Trevor Morgan.
You bet.
So, Bubba, I hope you had a good weekend.
I did, Rick. I had a great weekend. Got out, met a lot of folks this weekend. I hope you did too. Hope all the guys are well today.
It was man. We were pretty active as far as on Friday, but really Saturday and of course Sunday. We really just laid back and had a relaxing weekend. It was all good. Really enjoyed it. So it was
nothing wrong with that.
Good slow weekend, and got a lot accomplished, and just had a good time. So we'll look ahead over the weekend. Bubby, I know you're not allowed to say it. Bobby Bowden did pass away.
Yeah, I saw that, and I hated that. But wow, what a good run! Right. 91, and he had fun everywhere he went. Rick, I mean, I really enjoyed the times we had him here on the show in studio, and you know, we watched him as a football coach on the sideline since I was a kid, and to see what he accomplished and the way he went about it was very inspiring.
Yeah, it was, and he concentrated on the things that will actually have eternal value, and really at this moment, those are the only things that are being mentioned.
Yeah.
So Bobby Bowden, 91 years old, and passed away over the weekend. So
what a lot of fun he was. Every time, I mean, everybody you run into, they always loved him. He was always a lot of fun. He didn't take himself too serious.
No,
and he had a good time everywhere he went.
Yeah, so that's a life well lived, and Bobby Bowden goes on in. So also something I'm thankful for: the Olympics are over.
And we've got the final totals here on medals, and we'll talk about that. Closing ceremonies was, I guess, for us late Saturday night. It was broadcast on Sunday, so that has come to a close. They got it in, believe it or not, with everything going on. That was amazing. There were casualties along the way for as not getting to compete, but. Just the fact they got it done is amazing to me on a lot of levels.
I didn't see any. I saw one thing over the weekend, and of course, it reminded me why I wasn't really trying to watch too much of it. Because if you watch too long, you're eventually going to see or have to deal with something you wish you didn't have to deal with. But I'll probably tell you guys about that in the break because there's no win on the air. But it was because it was just so this fake world we're living in. It's so disingenuous and so. It's just, but anyway, then Sherry and I looked at each other and I said, "Can you believe the world we now live in?" But I thought what you did, Bubba, especially just knowing what we do for a living, the years of having to do events and you have things coming up and whatever. And I saw just a still shot of the closing ceremony, and I thought, whoever was in charge of this. They are having a good day today. They are so glad this is over. To try to do an Olympic Games and all this with the pandemic. They are so thankful. Whoever was the person that said, you're in charge of it this time. They are so thankful it's over. I mean, they just the elation that they have today. Once they eventually wake up from the long sleep they went in, and they're just so glad to have to put that behind them.
Oh, I bet they're like, wow, got it done. And for the athletes, this may be a chance to some of them extend their career because it'll be as we scream, short week. Mm-hmm. The 2024 Olympics in Paris will be the next one, and because this one was delayed a year. They won't have as long to wait.
Right. Well, of course, a lot of them be coming to the World Games in 2022.
Rick, we'll probably see some of those that trickle down to the World Games trying to stay sharp.
So, and of course, we're your home for the World Games 2022.
That's right. We'll have all the details.
That's going to be coming. That's going to be coming to our town right there.
Oh yeah,
Rick. A lot of topics today. There's a lot out there we've got to cover. Two things that I need to cover. I had kind of a weird dream last night. I need to tell you about because I think I woke everybody in the house up with it. I don't do that a lot.
Wow.
Screaming with a CPAP mask.
Were you were screaming?
I think I did last night.
Oh my gosh!
And
wow.
And I want to talk about my new thing I'm doing. Everybody's got their thing. Everybody used to raise the roof, and then we had the pointing and all that. But I want to be sure y'all like my new thing I'm doing.
Look, we fell in love with it Friday.
Okay.
We fell in love with it.
I just want to double check.
We fell in love with it. Also, the never-ending updates over the weekend of Obama's birthday party.
Oh yeah.
They scale that baby back.
Boy, didn't that look like a bunch of people terrified of a pandemic?
Yeah. Rick, he was seen dancing maskless. We have that today.
There's all kinds of.
You can't dance with a mask on.
I saw all kinds of. I wouldn't advise anybody to dance with a mask on.
Now, they say he scaled it back, but I don't think he did. I think he just said that and went ahead with what his plans were.
What? A politician says one thing and does another? What? You got to be kidding me.
There's just a lot of things about this party that scream, I don't really believe what I'm saying.
Correct.
One, the location of it. Two, the number of people that were there unmasked. And I heard that they're trying to give the thing, well, they were vaccinated. Mm-hmm. They were responsible. They were vaccinated. Well, if you look at the reports coming out right now, being vaccinated has little to do with a lot of these people going to the hospital. So,
well, as far as spreading it and people still getting it, it appears on the variant, the vaccine does very little in that area.
Well, I think it does help you not to be as sick.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just passing it.
Passing it on.
Yeah. As far
and I think that was, if you go back and look, that was probably the goal all along, and never thought you wouldn't get it. But
right.
It definitely helps, but boy, there's a lot of people struggling right now.
But to your point, vaccine or no vaccine, you can catch it and pass it. So vaccines doesn't mean that a gathering like this shouldn't still have. If you believe what they tell everybody else, Now, I don't have any problem with them saying just not going to live that way anymore, and everybody has to look after themselves. That's fine, but don't say one thing and do another.
That's that ruling class.
Right.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We got a lot to unpack. We will look at the Obama birthday party, which we can't get Dr. Fauci to mention while he's scolding everybody for gathering. We got that still coming on the program today. Joe Biden really gave us good news concerning the vaccine. Unfortunately, it was incorrect. The Hall of Fame. We got Peyton Manning, a little bit from his speech over the weekend. Got that coming up. And, of course, your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So, Bubba, tell us about this dream that you woke up your family.
You know, I have dreams. I like everybody else. I have dreams and ambitions. No.
I do have emotions
and
just
my
like
real
anybody
dream
else.
is the children of the future.
Right.
But
first you sound like Randy Moss. I do have emotions just like everybody else.
I am human. So I'm having a dream last night, and some of my dreams are very vivid, and sometimes you wake up, you remember them, sometimes you don't, and then somebody will say something, you kind of get that funny feeling, and you think, wow, I dreamed about that, later on. So I had this dream. It was very clear last night. You'll laugh. You don't know why these crazy things get into your dream.
Oh yeah, sure.
The California Highway Patrol, better known as CHIPS.
What are you doing to have a dream with chips in it?
Called me and said, Rick is in danger. You need to warn him. We're trying to contact him.
Okay. I'm in danger from the California Highway Patrol.
They said you were in danger.
Okay.
So I went to warn you, and you were at a cabin that was out kind of remote.
Was it a nice cabin?
It was.
Did I have it like I liked it?
It was simplistic.
Okay.
And it wasn't big. I mean, it was Cracker Box Palace type format.
Understood.
Dark wood. I don't remember. And there was a church road. I remember that.
Okay.
And I'm out there hollering to you. I didn't go into it because I was afraid I would get caught up in the
whatever
danger.
was after me.
And I was going, Rick, Rick, Rick. And then somebody tries to keep me from yelling. We don't get into a fight,
right?
But they're trying to restrain me some way,
right?
And I'm not throwing punches, but I'm like, trying like
get off of me.
Like how I swat Speedy when he starts trying to tickle me,
just
that
off
kind
of
of
me.
thing.
Yeah,
just get off of me,
right?
And I wake up, and I do the check over here to the left, and Betty is not there. And then I see her coming back. I see her silhouette coming back to the bed. And she lays down. Of course, I got the CPAP mask on, and I want to say, did I wake you up?
Right, yeah.
Because I think it is the first time I ever recall yelling in my sleep.
So you were yelling out loud?
Best I could with a CPAP mask
right,
on.
Yeah.
It sounded more like this. So I leave early this morning, and I'm going to put the security system on. I usually do it after I leave because I do it remotely through the phone.
Right.
Well, I try to do it, and it says front door open.
What?
And I thought, and I'd come out the front door, and I thought, was I so sleepy that I left the door open? I remember locking it.
Sure.
But I thought, did I lock it and it wasn't even shut or something? I mean, what kind of... So I turn around and go back. Well, by the time I get back, I see Betty standing in the yard with the dog. And what it was, she had opened the door to bring the dog out, which apparently had woke up when I left, which happens sometimes.
Yeah. Or when you were shouting.
Right.
Through your
and I said, you okay? Yeah, we motioned okay. And so I turned around to leave, and then she texted me as I was coming in and said, are you okay? I said, yeah. I said, did I wake you up? She goes, yeah, you were trying to say something or yell something to somebody. And I said, yeah, I was trying to relay the message to Rick from the California Highway Patrol. And she said, we'll talk about it later, which meant I'm sleepy.
Right.
Yeah.
So I haven't got the full report on how loud I was yelling.
All right.
But, hey, Rick.
Okay.
Chips called.
Okay.
And said, you're in trouble. Just be careful.
All right, over here, I'm going to mark out some things. Trip to California, cancel.
Yeah, cancel that.
All right. cabin I'm looking at.
Out.
Out.
The one with the dark wood. It was real dark wood. It was almost black.
I have a couple of questions.
And there was a real bright church road on it. And I don't know who it was that was trying to get me to be quiet.
And you were there too?
I was wearing I was doing the old,
It might have been Betty trying to get you to be quiet.
I think that's what it was. And I was probably slapping her
You
off
probably
and all
were,
that.
So in your dream,
Because she's been doing this thing where she yells in her sleep a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And she didn't used to do that. She's done it a few times lately. And I've been kidding her about it. So now, of course, you know how that goes. It always gets back on you.
Yeah, absolutely.
you're gonna have to
I'm
add
keep
that
up
to
with
the
these two things.
Yeah. And it was, I guess, because I woke up having it.
I can't think
I
of
remembered it very clearly.
I can't think of any scenario on my schedule that would have me in a remote cabin in California. And was I even in California, or did I make a ruckus in California? And they say he's in danger, so wherever he is now, whatever he did in California is coming after him.
I can't guarantee where you were.
Right.
But I do know that Chip's called.
Right. Were you able to get to me relatively easy? Because if I was in California, you probably couldn't have.
Well, it was a dream.
Right. So you just shifted
But
around.
see,
They
that was my
called,
question.
and then I was immediately on the dirt road.
Right.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it because in your dream you're there with Rick.
And a lot of times I've kind of thought about
he
it
knows where the
enough
cabin is.
and programmed myself to go, I'm having a dream, so I know I can do whatever I want to. So I'll go, well, I'm just going to fly over the cabin, and I'll take off, you know.
Okay.
So, but I didn't do that in this one because I guess whoever it was bothering me, and I couldn't.
So you never did
probably
did I ever come to the door? Did you ever get my attention?
No.
You just hollering at a cabin?
Yes.
You
Hey,
never
I
even
was
see
going.
me.
I was going, Rick.
You don't even see
Rick.
me, right? Just the cabin.
That's it.
Okay. You knew I was in there, though.
And then somebody got on me.
Right. I got you.
Was it kind of like you yell
they
Rick from
didn't
your
hit-
office all the time?
Yeah,
Rick?
exactly like that.
Was
I didn't even hey Rick. I just said Rick about 3 times, and I was struggling to say it.
Right.
I guess because I had that CPAP blowing air down my lungs.
that's
was
probably what it
the
was.
reason.
Did Eric Estrada? Is Eric Estrada in this at all?
No, I don't. It was just a phone call,
Right.
and boom, I was there. So I
understand.
you don't know how long that dream. I mean, that could be a 10-second dream.
Sure.
You don't know.
Yeah. You don't even have any idea.
But I think I woke Betty up hollering, Rick.
Well,
Rick.
it could be worse.
Yeah, I know.
But I think you might be onto something. The person trying to stop you or pull you back could have been Betty trying
I
to
think it
tap
was.
on you,
No,
like,
I
"Hey,
think
wake
that was
up."
it. I think that was it.
We'll find out later when we get to have a more detail.
The reason why I know that, I remember when I think it was my bicep surgery, and I was coming out of anesthesia, and in my dream, and I was wrestling all kinds of people. And as I woke up, I was literally wrestling the medical team because I was trying to roll over on my stomach.
Yeah, and
And they all had a hold of me.
I usually don't.
I was just going nuts.
I'm usually not a combative sleeper,
Right,
So
yeah.
I don't know. But I was really I was so because they wouldn't let me yell. Rick,
Oh, yeah. Well, my gosh, I needed to know.
I know.
Trying to get his attention, Bubba.
I know. So stay clear of dark wood cabins, California, and Chips.
Okay.
Or anybody named Chip.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm in pretty good shape on these. I mean, for right now.
I just want to go on the record.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. SimplySafeBubba.com. The old security industry, kind of archaic, outdated, until Simply Safe Bubba came along and said, there's a better way. And it was designed just by, Chad and Eleanor Lawrence, who were trying to help out friends who'd had a break-in. And then also they knew people that were renting property and they weren't allowed to have a security system. So this is a system that is not intrusive. You don't have to sit around and wait on some sort of installation team to show up or anything like that. And if you are renting a property, you can certainly have one of these because you can set them up and take them down, take them with you, and you do it yourself, so you don't have to worry about that. There's someone there to help you if you have something that you're not sure about. You have someone there once you get on their monitoring system. It's their interactive monitoring service, meaning you always know there's somebody there that's got you back. If you had a fire, God forbid, a medical emergency, a break-in, just help with the system, there's somebody always there. And right now, if you go to simplysafebubba.com, we'll get you 20% off your own security system, and you'll get your first month free when you sign up for the interactive monitoring service, which is about $15 a month, by the way. So customize your system now and start your protection. And also, we'll throw in a 60-day risk-free trial, so there's nothing to lose. No long-term contract, no hidden fees, and as I already said, no installation costs. So go to simplysafebubba.com. You'll also find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, thank you for the warning in the dream.
Sure,
I
man.
made those notes.
Anytime, I like to pass those along whenever Chip calls and asks for it.
Yeah. So we have I guess the discussion now is Obama's birthday party over the weekend because it really made big news. Everybody seemed obsessed with it. I want to say this loud and clear. I couldn't care less what Mr. and Mrs. Obama do to celebrate either's birthday in their own house, in their own place, with their own friends. I really don't care. I don't consider it to be dangerous. I don't consider it to be reckless. I think they're all grown. They can do what they want unless, and here's some of the videos that we have. Please look. Unless.
Who's Cleopatra there?
There's no telling, Bo. Unless you're going to tell the rest of the country that they can't do what you're doing because it's dangerous. And if you're Dr. Fauci, I don't really want to have you, scolding a motorcycle rally and then being silent on the Obama's birthday.
In all fairness, the motorcycle rally was a lot larger, but still, it's the same principle.
Right.
And if you're going to be fair, you need to get all of them. Look, I'm glad that the former president had a great birthday, but as you said, don't lecture us then when it's over about what we ought to be doing when you're not doing it.
No, if Donald Trump, and we've already said this, but it's so true, just so we can be sure it's on the record, just right there. If Donald Trump, in the same situation during the pandemic, would have done the exact same thing, it would have been end of time. Fauci would have been on there, problematic, and it would have been considered the most reckless, the most uncaring, unloving, dangerous gathering.
Need to impeach him?
Either it's okay for anyone to do this, or it's not okay for anyone to do this.
That's right.
And I lean on it's okay for people to do what they want to do. And then if they suffer consequences and the people that come know what they're getting into, then they all make their own decision. So anyway, so there's all, and then there was this thing that they made it smaller. Then some people said, well, I don't know how small it was. There's one here that said the birthday party caused a traffic jam on the island.
Well, yeah, sure.
I mean,
it's an island, Rick. If you have 700 people, 400 people, 300 people, it's still going to cause issues.
Yeah, and they said the town is only a town of 4,500 people, and that this was quite the influx.
But my concern was I saw a picture of all the cars that were parked on the side of the road to go in.
Yep.
And I saw a lot of gas guzzlers out there.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of vans and big SUVs and stuff. I was a little concerned about the carbon footprint here.
Well, don't forget this one. Babylon B said it best. Obama's party ruined as the mansion sinks into the sea thanks to climate change.
Look at all those gas guzzlers there, guys.
That's not a very good carbon footprint.
They had to shuttle people in from the airport where they flew in their private jets.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get all that
I think John Kerry's in trouble again because he flew private into this.
Oh, sure.
I don't care if John Kerry flies private. Just don't tell other people they can.
Yeah, don't get on us either.
Yeah,
and I don't care if the president, whoever it is, plays golf or not.
Yeah,
they've got all the information they need around them. They got the, they got the football handy, and go enjoy your golf. I don't care. I don't care who you are.
They're saying that that nobody really knows what the real number was. Again, I don't care, but as long as you're not lecturing other people.
Now there was a story about some people.
There's no mask anywhere right there.
No, not one to be found. No social distancing.
And I'll go this far. Just if you look at the past, okay? If you look at the past, what are we, nearly 2 years into a pandemic now? So if you go back and look at the past, it's really spending lots of times in small groups of people that pass it more than being in a big open, with tens of thousands of people.
In other words, you're more dangerous riding in a car with somebody than you are in a football stadium.
Correct. Right. And so when you look at that, this is kind of everybody in close proximity of each other, kind of in a wad, spending hours together celebrating a birthday. Now, if you want to say everybody there was vaccinated, that really doesn't matter because we talked about that in the first segment. From what we've gathered, what we keep seeing is that the variant can break through the vaccine, but we hope the person with the vaccine doesn't get in the hospital. And it seems to be some protection there. Praise God for that. But as far as catching it and passing it, you're in the same boat. I mean, if you believe what you're reading, and again, good luck trying to decipher all that.
Yeah.
So I wish you'd just seen me. I said somebody is going to say in an article, I'm going to find it. Somebody's going to address natural antibodies. Yeah. And I actually found a story, now it would have been about 3 days ago, in the U.S. News, so it wasn't some conservative think tank, and they said in that article, finally, the natural antibodies are as good, if not superior, to the vaccine, just as long as you know that you have them. Because if you notice, in the beginning they were saying, well, it's not as good, and now they're realizing that's just scientifically asinine. And this article even said the same thing because the person got the full virus.
Right. It's not just the spike shell of it, which is what you get with a vaccine.
And then they always come back and say, but, you need to be sure your antibodies haven't fallen off. Now, some people come back and say, well, T cells even falling off may not be. But we're not. I'll give you that.
Don't know.
So, but if you're checking and seeing if you have it, this thing that your natural antibodies can't protect you as well as the vaccine, that is scientifically problematic.
You know what?
It's just not true.
One good thing that has come out of the last year and a half, 2 years, now going on 2 years, is we've learned a lot more about our immune system, haven't we?
We have. And you know what? You kind of found that if you keep it healthy, the one that you were actually given
it's amazing how it works. It's amazing, isn't it?
But anyway, but the Obamas, it's all about the hypocrisy. Remember, this is the kind of attitude that led to the French Revolution when the ruling class started telling everybody, y'all live one way, we live another. And this is the kind of stuff that really stirs everybody.
Well, see, if you really believe that everybody needs to be vaccinated, and you see there's a problem in some parts of the country with not as many people vaccinated as you want to be, these kind of things don't help.
They don't.
Because they see it as hypocrisy.
Right.
And that's, just plain out, you're doing one thing, you're telling us something else.
But, well, if you look at this one, and a lot of people have made notes, and you heard Babylon B having fun with it, the Obamas may be living in the most confusing way of anybody we've had in a while because they are big climate change people and tried to force a green market that you couldn't artificially force, and that was a disaster. Anybody kept the numbers on how many millions we lost on that one?
Oh, Rick, millions is not the word.
But anyway, they're all green and all this, but yet they build $12 million on a place they tell us is going to be underwater. And then everybody flies and travels in vehicles and things they tell us not to do because it'll be the end of the world. Then they hold a gathering of people with no masks while telling everybody don't gather and don't be maskless. So they're very difficult to follow. And what I just read to them say is we do whatever we want, y'all do whatever y'all want, and everybody get off our back. And this country apparently has been relatively good to the Obamas, which I think is great. They were able to run their campaign and get their votes out and serve this country for 8 years.
Not once, but twice.
They've done really well on speaking engagements in books, in a free market, and capitalism. Their standard of living is through the roof, and this country allowed them to maximize their potential through maximum liberty. So what I don't want you to do is then deny that same liberty and that same freedom to other people. That's all we're saying. Okay, you live your life, but you let everybody else live theirs as well. And you stop being condescending when you talk down to us, like you get to live one way and we don't. We just don't like that stuff. That kind of makes our stomach a little something. So when we come back, President Biden, he's told us that not only does everybody need to get a vaccine, we have 106% of people in this country that now have the vaccine.
Well, congratulations.
Have you heard this one?
Goal accomplished.
According to Biden's number that he looked down on a piece of paper, then read, everybody's vaccinated plus 6%.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Wheel of Meat back in play again for another week. So be paying attention for that. Bubba, I do want to do a special birthday wish today. You know, we hated to do it. Still think it was the right thing to do, just to minimize what we could. Not so much the impact of the members of the show, but the impact of those that would be coming here to our studio in the golden ticket seats as we push through this variant click and try to get to the other side of it. So a lot of people had plans that were coming to the golden ticket seats in August, and unfortunately those plans have been altered, and we apologize for any inconvenience to those of you that were coming here. And one of them is one of the biggest Rick and Bubba fans out there, and that is Rick Morris. Rick Morris was he was supposed to be here with us today, and he loves them Georgia Bulldogs, and he loves them Atlanta Falcons. And he and his wife are off work today, and they had planned to be with us. And he was going to come in here and celebrate his 55th birthday with us.
Oh man,
you can't even.
So I mean,
double nickel.
Hey, he can't even get in there and celebrate his birthday. I mean, I could take him down to Lake Mitchell and I could make him a salad and maybe a nice steak or something. But anyway, so Rick, thank you. Kim, let us know about your birthday and that you guys were not able to be here, and we're so sorry for that disappointment. But we do want to wish you a happy birthday in front of all the rest of the Rick and Bubba Nation as you sit there enjoying your coffee, enjoying the show right now with your wife. So happy birthday.
Yeah.
All right, so
and speaking of birthdays, let me wish my dad 81
Yeah,
today.
I had that coming,
birthday.
I had that coming up at the top, but how about this? Happy 81, Mr. Wilburn.
Congratulations.
Big John turns 81 today.
Yeah, how about that?
AKA Larry the Leaf.
Yeah, that's right.
I know.
Larry the Leaf.
Larry's 81.
That's good for you. I mean, good genetics, you know.
That is.
Thanks for that mojo, bud.
Well, I mean, look,
but
it's not like you had
just a fact.
Hey, what?
Yeah.
Won't
You're
you
stating facts,
Hey,
right?
That's all he's doing.
Speedy, won't you be quiet? At least you didn't have a dream he's screaming, I'm in danger.
Right. True. That's a
At least
good
Chips
point.
didn't call you in the middle of the night.
Oh, man. By the way, I've got somebody breaking down that dream with him. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's go, Joe Biden. Speaking of not aging well,
where's Joseph when you need him?
I'm scared to death.
Everybody knows. Basement Joe.
Basement Joe.
You know, God love Joe. I'm to that point now. I'm really, guys, I'm this close to saying he may be off limits because
it's getting kind of bad.
As long as he won't lecture us, I'm just like
but he is.
Well, some of this is getting kind of sad.
Yeah,
I mean it's getting kind of sad. Bubba, your president is about to let us know. Now the last survey, because we always guess how many people we have in America, and we've been in the 340s, and I heard some people start rounding it off to 350. Well, the latest census says 328.
Well, Rick, it's definitely higher than that after the last month at the southern border.
Well, now that is true. Thank you, Bubba.
Might ought to add a meal to it.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about people that we can actually count, meaning they're documented. We estimate our U.S. population right now at about 328 million, which is down a little bit. But again, now there's a lot of folks running around here that don't participate in surveys. And they continue to roar in when we're being told that this pandemic must be stopped. But anyway, which just boggles the mind. But anyway, so President Biden is wanting to give us the good news on people being vaccinated. But, buddy, he pulls a number out of here that takes us to 106%. So here is the president discussing the vaccine.
So we have to get more people vaccinated.
Frank Galindo.
I said, well over, what's the number again? I remind myself, 350 million Americans have already been vaccinated.
Wow,
Hey, congratulations.
They're doing fine. I'm pleased to report the past week we've seen.
We did it. The whole country's doing fine.
We did it. We did it. It's over. We did it.
Every American and a large part of northern Mexico.
That's so good. Everybody throw your mask away. It's over.
No, think about two things he said that are wrong. Two things he said are wrong. Number one, he's way off. He's got us at a vaccine rate of 106%, okay, which Babylon B had a field day with. Number two, he says everybody with the vaccine is doing great.
They're great. Yeah, doing great. Hey, no, Rick, doing great.
I got to have it again.
Come on, man.
I got to have it again.
Hey, Joe, come on, Joe.
Hey, we got to do more.
Come on, Joe.
We got to do more.
So we have to get more people vaccinated.
Got to get more.
Yeah.
I said,
Yeah.
well over, what's the number again? I remind myself, 350 million Americans have already been
Remind
vaccinated.
myself. Let me get this right.
Looked at
Rick,
the notes.
They're doing fine.
They're doing fine.
They're doing fine. Listen, it's bad.
I'm not,
It's
but
bad
they are.
enough. It's bad enough he missed it. But
you know-
he took time to look at his own notes
He
to
looked
get it
at
wrong.
notes.
All right, so what do you
his
think?
handlers were off?
You know, somebody's going, who wrote 350 million?
That's 150. No, I'm kidding. What do
We're
you
doing
think it said?
Doing fine.
What did he look at?
I don't know if he knew what he was looking at.
Where would he have 350 written down anyway?
Yeah, where did that number come from?
I got to remind myself.
Don't you say there was a meeting after. Who wrote 350 down? Who did this? What about he says, I got to look down. I keep forgetting that number. And he looks down and reads the wrong number.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah. Who was that comedian that used to do that where he'd low talk everything? You remember it was real old, like a 70s guy.
Oh, yeah. But all I could think of listening to this was Frank.
You know,
yeah. All I could think about
Yeah,
listening
that's
to that
it. Yeah.
was Frank Caliendo's
Doing his
impression.
whisper.
Yeah, he has it. I mean, they're doing fine.
They're doing fine.
They're doing fine.
Everybody's fine.
Guys, come on. 50 million. Come on. Come on, Scranton.
Did it?
You know, now even people of Scranton say he didn't do anything for us.
Yeah.
Even the people of Scranton have turned on him. They're tired of
They're tired of
Don't
hearing
bring
about-
us up.
Joey.
Joey,
Love each other, Joey.
Joey, they love each other, and I want to just get 350 million people vaccinated. We'll be fine.
Come on, y'all. They're great.
Everybody's great.
yeah, it's all good.
Stand
Rick.
up.
Yeah.
No, stand up, Chuck.
They're fine.
Oh, what
yeah.
am I talking about?
350 million.
Stand
Yeah.
up for you, pal.
You got to stand up for you, buddy.
That's still my favorite.
Somebody get Willem over here and put a vaccine in.
Because then his mind wasn't even off.
No,
and he
no.
still got it wrong.
Oh, look. Let me tell you,
That made it even better.
now,
Because you don't feel sorry
like
for
I
him.
said, now you're almost like, yeah, man.
Oh, man, that's terrible. That's not run up a score on a team. It's real bad.
Don't feel sorry for me.
Hey, man, I'm good.
Still making policies.
Hey,
and
Speedy, come on.
I've got a pen.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, John. Happy birthday, John. 81. Like me. But
what am I thinking?
what am I thinking, Rick Morris? Couldn't come to the
Dadgummit.
seats. If you'd had a vaccine, man, you'd be fine.
Why are you yawning, Bubba?
Just cause I guess I'm sleepy.
Drink that spark.
Don't you
no
know? Don't
idea.
you know that there's a meeting?
need a little
There's a
more.
meeting, and somebody says, "All right,
Where's
let's get
my
started."
spark?
How in the world does he say 350 million? I don't know. I mean, don't you know they have a meeting? Who's doing it? Somebody help us. Look, what if you're the guy reporting? Hey, man, I'm sorry, I was in here on the phone. For our next thing. How'd the press do in there? Other than tell everybody that the whole country plus 6% is vaccinated, he did fine. I guess.
Yeah, it really takes the push to get people vaccinated out. Everybody's covered.
All right. So anyway,
Congratulations.
they did it. Top of the hour. We'll be back. All right, somebody's saying maybe 350 million is how many doses we have. And he looked down and saw that. I don't know.
Plenty of doses, Rick. Plenty. We're giving them away.
Come on,
Send them
man.
overseas.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Candy cane lane, oh candy cane lane, won't you sing this happy song?
We're back 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all Team Rick and Bubba here ready to go. Back from the weekend. Hope you all had a good weekend. And Wheel of Meat is back in play again this week. So we'll...
Picturing the pontoon boat right
He's
now.
been working on it.
As we make our way back, a couple of things to be made aware of. First of all, thanks to all the men that did such an incredible job Friday night. Mount Zion Baptist Church. We had Reman. Well, what a great event that was, and had a lot of men come out for that. This is an event we were laughing about that had been in. We've been trying to have it for 3 complete years.
Oh, good night.
So a year out, it was booked the first time, and then when it got to the year out, pandemic hit. Then it was moved another year. So a total of 3 years, and had a lot of men come out. Pastor Kevin Moore there, and all the men that did such a good job there in their men's ministry. Just really put together a great event. And also, Bubba, is there anything that celebrates the new covenant better than us all enjoying pork barbecue?
No way.
Yeah, so
good stuff.
So thank you, Pastor Kevin Moore, for trusting our team and trusting me with the message, and the guys who roasted those Boston butts all day long and made that barbecue on location. And here's what you'll love too, Bubba. I thought about y'all. So they did a free ticket thing to try to get an idea how many men were coming, but they would have had planned in case it was more than they thought, because there might be walk-up, something like that. And I think they ended up having somewhere between 400 and 500 men that were there. Well, they get up at the end and they say, hey, good news, just as at the, when Jesus fed the 5,000, there were 12 baskets left, of extra. We have extra. And on the way out, they had freezer bags full of pulled pork for the weekend. Ooh. So I ate that again over the weekend.
That, didn't you?
You make me a couple sandwiches.
Number one.
I mean, that was number one. And so we had a great time, and you guys did a super job planning that out, and what a great evening it was. And we celebrate those men who did at least publicly acknowledge they were going to repent and submit to the authority of Christ and become followers of Jesus. So pray for those men that solidifies in their life, and they start taking that next step now to grow in their faith. So it was a great time, and out again this weekend. So coming up this Thursday night, I'll be speaking at First Baptist Church, Athens, Alabama. This is a man church. They've completed the first 40-week curriculum. They'll now be going into the second one. But anybody is, if you can attend, they do have a ticket that you need to get. So go to rickandbubba.com at our upcoming event. So that's this Thursday night Athens, Alabama. Well, what a great city if you've never been there. First Baptist Church, and looking forward to being with them tonight. And then this weekend, it's sold out. But all of you that will be traveling, it was kind of cool about the show. I talked to the folks at Olive Baptist. They said that about 50% of the people coming to the marriage conference this weekend are from the Pensacola area. They said the additional 50% are coming from all over the country. And they were thankful. They said the show's reach had brought people from everywhere. So once again, we're so excited that those will be traveling into beautiful Pensacola. Pretty good sale, pretty easy pitch to say come to Pensacola for the weekend and work on your marriage. So it's the Together Marriage Conference. Sherry and I will be speaking to the couples that are coming this Saturday, and then Shane and Shane are in concert right after that. They've got a meal planned for us. It's going to be a great time together talking about marriage. So that's Saturday, but again, that is sold out. But just want to say hey to all the folks we'll see. And then August 21st, Man Church One Day, Linwood Baptist Church in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. That'll be coming up next weekend. Rich Wingo and I will be speaking there. Shane and Shane in concert again that Friday night. And then there's a women's event after the men's event. They're calling it Catalyst Weekend. So looking forward to being with them as well. Yeah, and if you want to see where other speakers are going out from the Man Church, man, we're everywhere this week. Just follow the Man Church on social media, and you can keep up with all those. So was it Friday, Bubba, that we were talking here in the closed circuit feed and cutting commercials that you brought this new information to us?
Well, there's all kind of things you can do to celebrate, and we see it all the time on TV. And Raise the Roof was big for a while, and then you did the Hussein Bolt thing. I don't even know what you call that. Wipe it. The face thing that people were doing.
I never understood this one. Somebody says that mean I got you.
Feed me, feed me the ball. All that stuff.
Which you and I had that one.
There's 100 of those out there.
Y'all were doing that for years.
Yeah, I've been doing that, and I didn't even know I was doing it.
Right.
You just wanted to know when breakfast was here.
But I kind of wanted to start a new one because I felt like all the old ones were kind of burned a little bit. They kind of round. So I tried one out Friday here on the show, and Greg seemed to like it. So I thought it might have potential, and I call it flossing.
I think you ought to. Yeah, I'd like to see that take off. Yeah, college and NFL.
And I know I'd have support of 4 out of 5 dentists.
Absolutely.
They would be all behind me, right? So anytime you celebrate, you give it a little floss, like you got the rope, going.
Yeah. So you're promoting flossing, but at the same time celebrating
dental health while I'm celebrating. I think that would be huge.
Yeah. But of course, I have to get to the origin of this. What made you think? I think I'll start simulating flossing every time something good happens.
I really don't know.
Any idea where that came from?
I don't know. Which is scary. I know that's kind of scary. But it hit me Friday when we were all jumping around in here. I just started doing that.
Yeah. And you had a good read. We were reading copy, and you had a good read, and you said, "What if every time I own it?" Yeah. I
think I did. I got through something that was kind of difficult, and I just started flossing
Can I tell y'all, seriously, and Bubba and I are acknowledging this, okay? So to pull the curtain back, a lot of you are familiar with it, some of you aren't. So when this show ends live every day, we go into about anywhere from, it can be as little as 10 minutes to as much as about 30 minutes of us cutting commercials and promos for other stations or for whatever needs to be done, okay? And the only thing I think that may be more sad than President Biden trying to put a speech together is Bubba and I now trying to do commercials. I mean, we are coming apart at the seams.
Well, it's kind of late. We've had a full 4 hours of broadcast, and your little week lunch coming up.
Sure.
Sometimes a little distracted,
right?
And,
hadn't eaten for an hour or two.
Yeah, some of the words,
a little weak, hour or two.
A little weak in the knees.
All morning, a little weak.
Yeah, a little weak.
Blood sugar, taking a little dip, just a little dip, and so sometimes, and some of the words are just. They're hard to say.
Well, that's why we have to celebrate.
Some of the phrasing is hard. So I was celebrating. We got through one that looked like a landmine for a minute.
Yeah. And what'd you do?
Yeah. We call it one take. We call it one take.
Way back.
If you can ever get through something in one take, it's.
Huh? Well, so you got to hold it.
Oh, we got to do it quick, huh?
Am I flossing? How big a string do I have?
It's about that big. You go back and forth. You got to hold it. And I like to do it in 2 positions.
So, and Bubba and I are, and the thing that we're learning about with cutting commercials and stuff is it really doesn't have to be a word that's difficult to say. But we've noticed if there's a certain sequence of words, that can get. And all of our mouths form words differently.
Yes.
And there's certain things like you can hear me struggling with. You're like, why is he struggling with this? And I'm like, I can't explain it. My mouth just can't.
And it can be like you said, a real simple word,
right?
And you just go, well, I just can't say that,
right?
And what's really dangerous is when one is reading pretty good and the other one, for some reason, is having trouble. You can be infected.
Right.
I mean, you can catch what they have.
You don't want to get on somebody who can't read something because it'll get on you.
Right, and then suddenly now you both have it.
Oh, it's contagious.
I like when they try to, when there's a word they can't handle, they try to come up with a word that means the same, but they can't say.
Well, I do that all the time.
The old synonym.
I started to say, I think that's a synonym.
Right. I will rewrite copy.
Yeah, well, it means the same thing. But that's not what it says.
I finally had a national salesperson finally say to me, "Why are you avoiding this word?" I said, "Because I can't say it."
Yeah, I just can't do it.
The client says you just won't say this in the copy. I said, "I'm not about. I've
tried it. We're never going to get it cut.
If y'all want them to understand what your product does, you better go with the word that I picked.
It means the same."
Right.
Look, sometimes it's better just to go get a professional to produce your commercial. We'll be glad to air it.
Oh, that was floss it. That was good. Floss it. Floss it out.
Exposes his top teeth.
Do I need to move?
You gotta get in there.
Do I need to have that look like show my teeth?
Yeah, you got to get in
You gotta show them.
Talk to her right there about that.
Let's go phone trolling next. Let's talk to the people. What's on your mind? 866-WE-BE-BIG. Comments and questions from you, the audience, next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Go. All right, so let's start talking to the people. First time this week. We missed you over the weekend. We'll start in Tuscaloosa, where Greg is standing by at the end of 30 seconds. Buzzer sounds. We'll go to the next caller unless Helmsy or Bubba give you their one time out. All right, Greg, you're in Tuscaloosa, 30. Go right ahead, buddy.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Bubba on raising such a well-mannered daughter, and it's amazing on this time of year and or this day and age. And also, I'd like to clarify which flossing he's talking about. The one that came out years ago between the legs, or like you're actually flossing your teeth?
No, it's
teeth. This is teeth.
Let's
be clear, teeth.
It's the teeth. Forgot about that one. Yes, if you didn't get Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, what he's referencing is Bubba's daughter, Caitlin Bussey, was our guest. And if you haven't watched it or listened to it yet, it is available wherever you get podcasts.
She did a good job.
She did.
She really did. Short notice. That's right. We appreciated her doing that.
Chip and Selma. Hey, Chip, welcome to the program. 30 seconds. Go. Hey, buddy.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
First-time caller.
Thank you.
I know everybody's tired of the corona thing.
We are, yes.
But how did we come up with the coronavirus test so quickly? And then we came up with a Delta variant test so quickly. I mean, all of them just, the common cold's a coronavirus, the flu's a coronavirus. Did they just, did everybody test for a common cold really wasn't coronavirus? I mean, you get what I'm saying?
No, I think I can answer that, and I understand the point you're trying to make, but I think that there's an error there in that, and that you answered your own question. Coronaviruses have been around for a long time. We knew a lot about them. We have experience with them. That's why this one was novel. It was one we had not seen before, a variation of it. It was several steps ahead of where the natural process should have been. So even though it was new and it was strange and it was weird, it was part of a conference we already had a good handle on, and that is why some of that we were able to answer fairly quickly.
Yeah, and I do know, as a matter of fact, we had an example just last week where they test people for the coronavirus 19 or the variant, and then they tested them for the flu because the COVID test came back negative.
Right.
So they are trying to. I mean, but you're right. I mean, do I think that some people who are testing positive may not have had it? Some of these people that don't end up having a hard time with it, it might have been another coronavirus. That's possible.
Yeah.
But
and as time goes on, test 2.0 will be better than test 1.0. But the fact that we were caught flat-footed on this and had no test, no vaccine, no answer, and people were dying was, that was a bad time. And there was a lot of pressure to get something done quickly. So even the mRNA process has been around since 1980-something. It just had not been used on a wide-scale approach to do this because the funding wasn't there. And when all this research hit for this, it gave them an opportunity to do it. And then when they did the original test, it worked amazingly well. I mean, almost twice as good as our flu shot. So.
Yeah, and the testing.
And remember this too, Rick. Here's the thing. Remember Trump put like 5 companies, he seeded them money to go ahead and get this going. So if 1 or 2 of them didn't work out, we wouldn't go, well, we got to go back to ground zero. We had a lot of people working on it from different angles, and then we came up with really basically 3 vaccines, 2 of them that worked really well, 1 of them sort of well.
Right, and as far as the testing, to Bubba's original point, too, it has gotten better because even our own doctor wouldn't use the rapid test in the beginning, and now he says the rapid tests that we have now are so much more accurate, he uses it now.
Yeah.
It's
been improved a couple of times along the way.
Starkville, Alan standing by listening to 96.1. Alan, go ahead.
Hey, this is for Bubba. I was trying to get a visual on that floss. Are you doing a sawing action, or are you going popping between each teeth?
I'm just going back and forth.
Sawing action.
But yeah, and turning my head a little bit. But you got to show your front teeth.
Yeah. It's the sawing. It's not that little one where you know.
No, it's not the stick.
You got the string.
This is the string, so you're mint flavored, the whole deal.
And it seems to be the rhythm of 2 with a slight pause.
Yeah, you two, and then you move it over too.
It's a tooth flossing though. It's not the leg or rear end flossing.
To be clear.
Mary in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Mary, go ahead.
Actually, it's Marty, but that's
Sorry. Boy, Marty, dropping that T was bad. Marty, go ahead.
Hey, guys, in the continuation of racism supply not meeting demand in this country, not sure if you've seen the controversy with the Colorado Rockies this week. Did y'all see that?
Now, is this
the removal of this rock?
No.
No.
Are you talking about
No,
where
no,
a player said someone hollered a racial slur from the stands?
No, the national media, Twitter, even the Rockies put out some statement condoning this behavior of supposedly a fan was yelling the N-word at a African-American batter for the Marlins.
Right.
Well, if you just watch the video, it turns out.
Yeah, I think when he thought they were yelling a racial slur at him, and I think when all was said and done, they interviewed people in the stands, he was actually calling for the mascot.
Right.
Whose name is Dinger.
Oh, okay.
Like a home run is a dinger.
Right. Okay.
And he thought they were using some other.
Right.
Well, if you look hard enough for it, you can hear all kinds of things. Yeah. And the one I saw, there was something. Is it Minnesota over the weekend where we removed a rock?
Yes, y'all have that. Yeah, the racist rock.
Yeah, there was a rock that was making everybody feel uncomfortable.
Yeah,
it's Wisconsin, wasn't it? Yeah.
Was it Wisconsin?
Yeah,
okay, I knew it was somewhere.
And I don't know the history of the.
I don't know anything
rock.
about the rock. Yeah, nothing about the rock.
It looked like a real big rock.
Yeah.
And even if it had a racist history, I believe I would have gone with the rename as opposed to the take it out.
That was a big rock
because it looked like a big old crane to get it out of there.
Joy in Alabama. Joy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys. I've been with you guys since before you moved the show to Birmingham, so I feel like I know you. I feel like I know those kids. I feel like they're my own. But, Bubba, I just wanted to call you today and tell you how impressed I am with Caitlin. I had the pleasure of meeting her at the Final Four when you so graciously allowed me to interrupt your lunch, and she is just so impressive, and she is going to go far. I have no doubt.
Well, thank you for saying that. She, Caitlin is our spirited child, as I've always said, and that can be positive, and then there's moments where that can be a little negative. So we try to focus that in a good area, but she did a great job for us on that, and we really appreciate it. She wanted to do this, and it would have been my first pick of somewhere to go do an internship. Yeah. But that's kind of how she is. So,
Doug in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Hey, first-time caller.
Great
show. Thank you for taking my call.
It's our pleasure.
And listen, I've been thinking about this. One of the things I think that would have helped everyone if they were really, really serious about this is Biden having Trump stand beside him.
Yep.
Both of them are putting politics aside and saying, "Hey, listen, guys, this is where we're at." And
I agree.
And putting politics aside, man. I think.
Yeah, we said that early on. Once this got political, it creates that tribalism that honestly, when it comes to something as serious as this pandemic, we just don't need that.
The marketing, the messaging has been wrong from day one. You remember when Biden went in, he said he was going to work to pull everybody together, but yet he let this last impeachment thing go of Trump, who wasn't even in office. They should have quelled that. He should have got Trump involved and say, look, Warp Speed got it done. We're continuing the process. That would have brought a lot of people together, but they didn't do it.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
sponsors. "35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. The Car Shield teaming up with Rick and Bubba. Man, I love this company. What a great job they do. Because let's face it, once that automobile that you're driving leaves the world of the warranty, that check engine light comes on. Hey, baby, that's going to be on you. That's going to be on you. And your automobile doesn't care how much money you got saved for that trip you've been looking for, or your college fund. It's going to say somebody better write a check. So why don't you take away that situation, that scenario, and go ahead and get the car protected with a protection plan from Car Shield. And when you're under a protection plan, if it's a covered repair, they will pay directly the ASE certified mechanic. This could be the dealership or a shop that you're comfortable with. They'll pay them directly. And you'll also get roadside assistance, rental coverage, and trip reimbursement at no additional charge. So all that's included in the coverage. So get covered today and see why Car Shield cars go farther. Call 1-800-665-2157. Mention the code Bubba. That's going to save you 10%. Or if you go online to carshield.com, just use the code Bubba. Same thing. It'll save you 10%. There's a link also at rickandbubba.com, and you can find that right under the sponsors. All right, so the Hall of Fame, we have a new class for the NFL 2021. Drew Pearson, and it was put in. Tom Flores, the coach that won there at the Raiders.
Yeah, won a Super Bowl. Did he win one or two?
Am I saying his name right? Flores?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Peyton Manning, which we're going to talk about. John Lynch. Calvin Johnson. I'm not familiar with Alan, Faneca.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Vanessa?
Yeah.
Is that right? And Charles Woodson.
Know him.
Very familiar with that. So Staubach put in Drew Pearson. Mark Davis put in Greg with the haircut. Put in Tom. Archie Manning was able to induct his son, which was cool. Jake Lynch, John Lynch's son, and Herm Edwards there. Derek Moore, for a Lions teammate for Calvin Johnson. Hines Ward for Alan, whatever that was. Yeah, Fancia. And, of course, kind of cool, Charles Woodson's mama. So anyway, but they all got a chance to speak on their own, and this got us going today with Peyton Manning. We have a couple of audio and video clips from him when he was able to have his opportunity, and a pretty funny one. We'll start with the funny one first. He's talking about the longevity of Tom Brady and how they are starting year by year to reduce how long you can give a speech, and if Tom Brady keeps going on, what might happen. So here's Peyton Manning.
Next year, acceptance speeches will probably shrink to 4 minutes. And speaking of rivals, my good friend Tom Brady is here tonight. By the time he is inducted...
Yeah. What's up with...
Had some booze in there.
Had some booze. What's up with that?
By the time Tom Brady is inducted in his first year of eligibility in the year 2035, he'll only have time to post his acceptance speech on his Instagram account.
What about when everybody started booing? You see Tom Brady, what's up with that?
Social media was having a good time with it because they were showing pictures as well of them meeting backstage and talking, and it was the two of them face to face, and they're like they meet again. People are having a lot of fun with that.
Did they say Brady had a winning record against Peyton? Was it 11-6? What was that they flashed?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably. He has a winning record, I think, against everybody.
Yeah, he should. He should. Yeah.
I don't think anybody has a winning record against Tom Brady.
Does anybody? Does anybody? I mean, maybe somebody does.
Yeah.
I mean, would they play one time or something? Hey, I'm 1-0.
Quit. I'm retiring.
Yeah. So let's now this other, and this has got a lot of people fired up. It's a little bit longer about him talking about just the game of football and how it is it is really what's going to last, not individuals who play it or coach it. Here it is.
Now, when we leave this stage tonight, it is no longer about us. It is about cultivating the game that has given so much to us. It's about nurturing football to live and thrive another day, another year, decade, and another generation. It's about guaranteeing that kids everywhere can learn, bond, grow, and have fun with every flag pulled, every tackle made, every pass thrown, every run, block, sack, and touchdown scored. The audience here tonight is made up of die-hard fans who feel football deep in your bones. Now, we may have ignited the fire, but you have fanned the flames. Inevitably, those flames will be whipped by the winds of change, but they don't need to smolder. The future of this game is ours to shape. We just need to take tomorrow on our shoulders as readily as we donned our pads before each game. Let this moment become a cherished memory. And then remember, a legacy is only worthwhile when there is a future to fuel. God bless you, and God bless football.
There you go. So you see what he's saying. Look, we're going to have to counter some of this stuff, or we're not going to have a game.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And he's right about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the fans, he's kind of letting you know, he's trying to motivate you, but he's also saying, look, you
got a job to do.
Yeah. Yep. We've done our time. We're done with it if we want to have this game for other people. And football is definitely in the crosshairs as far as the new kind of bizarro society that we live in.
Well, I think the new bizarro society just wants to change everything.
Yeah.
There's no really good reason in a lot of it.
Right.
Just do it different. I was talking to a young Tennessee fan the other day who was very well of Peyton Manning and the fact that he played at Tennessee and all that. And he brought up something about winning a national championship. And I said, Peyton didn't win a national championship. And they said, well, we were national champs. I said, Peyton wasn't your quarterback when you won it. Had no idea.
Yeah,
Had
T.
no
Martin.
idea.
T. Martin got that done.
Mm-hmm. Didn't even know who T. Martin was.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
I don't think they're Tennessee fans.
Yeah.
They're casual.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they were young.
Yeah, they're bandwagon fans. They like the baseball.
They probably
team.
didn't know who Bobby Bowden was either.
No, well, let me say this: these kind of things do happen because I think I've told this story before.
But you could see how if I was a Tennessee fan and a Peyton Manning fan, and I knew that Tennessee won a national championship, I would assume Peyton was the quarterback during that time.
Right. Well, these are people that are Braves fans that thinks the Braves have always been good.
Yeah, oh yeah. They don't know who Rick Camp is.
Yeah.
That's
well. No, it happened to me in the in-state rivalry where we live. We live in Alabama, so the Auburn Alabama thing. You've all seen all kinds of documentaries on that. And as everybody has said, you really think you know it, but you can only. I mean, it's the tip of the iceberg, and as Bo Jackson said, it's a really large iceberg. but he said it differently, but that's what he meant. But I remember because if you come into a culture of something, you don't know the whole story. And I was coaching Little League football at the time, and it was so bizarre for me being 56, about to be 57. So I grew up in that rivalry from the late 60s, to modern day. So I've seen all the different eras. And now it's going to sound weird to you even now considering where we are now. But this was during that run when Tuberville was there and Auburn and Alabama's program was struggling. And Auburn had won, I think, 6 in a row or something. So Alabama had won like on the next game or whatever. And I never will forget how it felt, and I think it's what you experienced with the Tennessee kid, when one of the players on the team said, well, this just feels weird. I said, what feels weird? He said, Alabama winning the Iron Bowl. I said, what?
No,
and I looked at him. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, well, I've just never really seen that happen. And I said, what? And I realized this person was stuck in a small sample of the whole history. But me, being someone who had seen the Bear Bryant years, and of course now, for those of you right now going, that really happened. No, it did. Alabama's program was down for a period of time, and it was. But if somebody, that's all they knew, if that's all they had experienced, then sometimes they'll say something. You go, whoa, you got to know the whole story. I mean, this thing. I mean, there was a time when I was a little fellow like you never saw Auburn win ever in an Iron Bowl. It wasn't even up for. I mean, you had no hope.
Yeah.
And he was like, really? And I said, oh, none. and so it's just interesting. Like, so this is a guy that thinks because Peyton Manning has been the most well-known quarterback from Tennessee. He must have been the one that won the national championship.
Because he knew it was in that era.
Yeah, you're right. I can see how that happened. Yeah. And a lot of people talking that Peyton Manning could maybe be. A lot of people saying the next commissioner of the NFL.
That's they're wishing and hoping.
Pretty young though.
Yeah,
he's pretty young.
I think they'd like to hear the commissioner give a speech like that versus all this other stuff.
Right. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, you actually go out and market the sport and talk about how great it is, not how terrible we are. We got to change everything.
Yeah.
So 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. So there's the NFL Hall of Fame class of 2021, and they have been inducted, and they've had the kickoff of the first preseason game. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. So, finishing up a little bit of news with the NFL Hall of Fame class and Peyton Manning's speech about the game of football and some fun with Tom Brady. Bubba, a Michigan hospital has cut ties with Vikings Kirk Cousins over his vaccine stance.
What is his vaccine stance?
He does not want to take the vaccine, and he says that he will do the protocol that the team demands, and he would rather go a different way. And if he gets it, he wants to get treatment, and he does not want to be forced to take the vaccine. And so Holland Hospital, they're in Minnesota, they say that he can no longer be their spokesperson. They said, while we acknowledge that each person is entitled to their own viewpoints, those who speak on our behalf must support messages that align with the hospital's position on matters of vital importance to individual and community health.
So he's against vaccines.
He's not going to take this vaccine. I don't think he's an anti-vaxxer.
I thought they
that's how people they're trying to lump you into being an anti-vaxxer if you have questions about this vaccine. Or
not allowed to question it.
I've seen his contract. He ain't gonna miss it.
No, I thought they dropped him because he was anti-winning championship.
I don't care if you get the vax or not. How about a playoff win?
I'm joking, Kurt. I'm joking.
Go ahead.
Oh wow.
You know, I understand he's an outstanding person. So
Yeah.
we're in the book with him, as a matter of fact. But
Well,
I couldn't help myself.
And I can understand this. This would be like you saying he's a spokesperson for our fast food restaurant, but in his personal life, he thinks fast food is bad and he won't eat it.
Right.
I mean,
I get that.
I understand that. And Kirk Cousins says that he said, I'm at peace with where I'm at. I follow the protocols diligently. I do believe that as a leader of the team, it's important for me to follow the protocols to avoid the close contact because that is what it's going to come down to.
Mm-hmm.
He says where he works, there's plenty of room for everybody to space out. There's plexiglass and all kinds of stuff. Did you know this, Bubba?
I'd like to see him just sniff a divisional title.
I mean, just a whiff of it. Come on.
So
Come on, purple.
So I love this. The Vikings, by the way, as of Tuesday, Bubba, make a note of this, Viking fan, the lowest percentage of vaccinated players in the NFL. So he's not alone.
You know, I'm not.
I blame Kurt for that.
I'm not going to hold my breath on the Vikings.
You know, there's a lot of players that have been outspoken about their vaccine requirement, and a number of assistant coaches that are no longer on staff because they said they're not going to take it, and so they were let go.
Yeah, I mean, they lost a guy, one of their coaches. So
head coach Mike Zimmer says, and this is kind of where I am, I'm done talking about vaccinations. I'm out of that business. I'm tired of it.
I'm done.
Don't want to talk about it anymore. Ain't nothing else left to say. I mean, until somebody has something new to say, let's just move on.
Yeah.
So what is the policy in the league? So the coaches have to be vaccinated, but the players have a choice.
Team decide?
Because the Vikings lost a coach, and then I know the coach from Auburn went there. They lost a coach who went to the Vikings
he was an analyst with
to
Auburn.
fill a spot that one of their coaches lost. So the coaches have to. Excuse me. I'm choked up just thinking about it.
Yeah,
so the coaches have to be, but the players are voluntary.
The NFL players do not have to be vaccinated, but there are stricter rules for unvaccinated players that are almost ridiculous, they're saying. So, and remember, we were talking about the fact that NFL announced that teams may have to forfeit games this season if there's an outbreak.
Won't postpone it. They'll just forfeit.
Well, how will you know if it's the Vikings?
And you can be.
Oh, there he goes again.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're very down on the Vikings.
But
Rick,
here's the deal, though.
Rick, have you seen the Vikings?
If I got vaccinated and then I
4
tested
trips,
positive,
no wins.
you gonna punish me for that?
Say it again.
If I got vaccinated, like
I
you're
know.
asking, I test positive, am I going to get punished?
Well, yeah, because it goes back to this again.
Because they're basically going, if you cause the game to be forfeited, that means that you didn't get the vaccine, so you're going to pay the consequences.
Right.
Well, that doesn't really wash.
Yeah. Do the vaccinated people get punished if they catch it and pass it? That's a good. I don't know the answer to that. I'm kind of like Zimmerman. Y'all work it out. If y'all got a game out there, I might look at it. If you don't, probably won't. I'll probably watch a total of 0.5% of the games anyway. It just if y'all put something together, go ahead. If you don't, whatever. I mean, it's just because you've gotten to the point now where you can't even talk about it. I mean, it's like everybody's so. this thing where you get assigned the things you have to. It's not good, guys. We don't need to live in that kind of world.
Yeah,
it's just not good.
And once the the ruling class gets a whiff of that, they'll never let it go, buddy.
All right, so
they'll find another way to do it.
Olympic wise, Bubba,
how about the Olympics, Rick?
We wrapped that up.
How about it?
Over the weekend? So, Team USA.
Hey, the Team USA came on late to actually win more gold medals than the Chinese did. Now, in the overall medal count, we were pretty good all along. Where is that? No, I thought we had
overall 113 to 88, gold 39 to 38. So we won by one.
Yeah, I think it's women's basketball put us over. There it is.
Well, there was three on Sunday.
dominated.
You had women's volleyball and one or two other ones, but I think we won 3 gold on Sunday, put us over.
So all total, the U.S. had 113 medals, China 88, Japan 58, Great Britain 65. So we're way ahead in overall medals. In gold, 39, 38, 27. So that was a little bit tighter, but
real tight.
Yeah.
Well, I saw something where, of course, there's one thing I was going to tell you about the break.
Look, the Russian team was down in 5th place, which you don't see that much.
You talking about the Russian Olympic Committee?
Yeah, because they couldn't be the Russian team; they had to be the ROC because of past cheating. But you don't see that now. Putin will get that fixed.
So they were actually 3rd in overall medals, though.
Right, correct.
Right, but in gold medals they were 5th. Yeah.
I saw a stat, because at times countries will be way ahead of people in certain.
Hey, Paris 2024.
Certain sports, and we saw the people catch up to our men's basketball team a little bit, even though they went ahead and pulled it out and won it. But we're still so far ahead of everybody else in women's basketball; it's not even close.
I think
they said our women's basketball team has won 55 games in a row.
That's pretty good.
Like in women's basketball, we're just and everybody will eventually catch up, but there's still a big gap there, really big gap.
I'm really interested to see how the 2024 Olympics are going to include breakdancing.
Yeah,
we talked a little bit about that.
Well,
will it
you
be
got
a
some
team
time.
competition, or will it be individual, or what?
You can't. Breakdancing's not a sport.
I don't.
What can you imagine the whole team coming out there, and you got
thinks
Mad
that's a good
Chad, and you
idea?
got Breaking John, you got Turbo.
Yeah, does a robot get so many points as opposed to a head spin?
Yeah,
how do you
don't
know?
Oh, you got 3 years. Come on, man. Start training.
You can do that.
Come on.
See, I don't know.
We're gonna get you on Lane Kiffin's new Eating Better plan.
Do they have a pop segment when they have to do popping?
Yeah. Do they have pop and
degree
lock?
degree of difficulty?
Is it like
I don't
gymnastics where you have like 5 different disciplines?
Okay.
You have pop and locks, you have spinners, you have group dances,
And you go for the overall.
Yeah. And, I mean, where the whole group gets out there. And it's like the
synchronized.
dance-offs, like you see. And
Hey, that's the team. That's the team format.
What was that? What was the name of those movies? Had all of them in there.
Had a bungalow.
Up with something.
Oh, you got with the electric bungalow?
No,
Electric Groove.
The ones they just had.
With Channing Tatum and all them in it.
But yeah. What was that?
I don't know.
Something right. Everybody's screaming at
Is
us
it below
right
the
now.
funk? I'm sorry, that's Rick James.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, I want to talk to you about a new product that I was just introduced to. If you are a Burgess, unfortunately, genetically, we have gastrointestinal problems that we just pass around through the genetic code of being a Burgess. And there's all kinds of things that we've tried, and, there's certain foods that we can't eat. And then I was introduced to this incredible product, and it's from our friends at Uprising Foods. 95% of Americans live in the fiber gap. Over 9 in 10 people are deficient when it comes to fiber. And we've had this before. Hey, you need more fiber. You need more fiber. It's one of the most well-studied nutrients of all time, and it really is a bona fide superfood for most people. But until Uprising came along, it was nearly impossible to get enough fiber each day because it's completely impractical to hit 30 grams each day. You realize that's every day that means, and I know, Bubba, you love your broccoli. This is like you having to have, full heads of broccoli, 2 of those every day. But the people at Uprising have made this simple and enjoyable to hit the fiber numbers, and this does include bread. Every time you try to do better, you can't have bread. But the Uprising bread is absolutely delicious. Now, this is no marketing gimmick. They bake with real superfood ingredients, and you'll find things like almonds and MCT oil, apple cider vinegar, egg white, olive oil in the Uprising bundles. And they've even made a delicious chip for you to enjoy snacking. And these things are delicious. We've said this. As soon as I talked to Uprising, I said, if we want to do healthy food, it's got to taste good. And, man, we love this bread, and to be back eating bread again, and at the same time that be helping us get to what we need for our digestive system. The chips are fantastic. So why don't you go to uprisingfood.com, use the code RickBubba to get $10 off the starter bundle. It's kind of like a mini trip to the grocery store minus all the unhealthy distractions. They'll ship it directly to your door. That's uprisingfood.com. Use our code RickBubba to get $10 off your order. You'll thank us for this.
my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
It is 6.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, another hour has begun. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here. All right, so guys, let's talk about a couple of items. We've talked about how many things in our life that Greg has ruined. And one of them is that you can't watch a movie anymore that is based on a true story. You can't do it. If I see based on a true story,
and
there was a time when I could enjoy these movies with thinking this was somewhat, kind of how the story went. But Greg has told us so many times things that he has proven were not true and based on a true stories.
When they say based, that is so wide open. That could be it happened in this state.
Right.
There were two people like this involved.
Right. Yep.
Very seldom does it mean these are the people and it is their story.
Right. So, it's so hard to find any kind of entertainment out there if you've got some downtime.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any desire not to be exposed to just everything, either some political agenda, some bizarro nastiness, language that's like, look, I'm not a prude, but you guys, y'all cussing so much in this movie, it almost sounds juvenile.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like you're just almost being silly. You're cussing so much.
I mean, if you're gonna throw a good cuss word in there, at least let it be strategic and it makes a difference.
Sure. Thank you,
know,
Greg.
just for the heck of it.
No, you're right. Yeah, it's almost like
advice
it's
from
almost. It almost seems like they act like a child that learns how to say a bad word.
Oh, yeah.
And runs around saying it, over and over again to you, like you're not supposed to say that. Adds nothing to the storyline.
Right.
But anyway, so it gets harder and harder. But I saw the rating on it, read a little bit on it, and this is one of these weird phenomenons about. And I think Bubba, you may share in this one. It's one of these weird quirks about myself I don't fully understand. I am, for the most part, have no desire to ride a horse. I've done it a couple times.
I'd like to see you on a
Well,
horse.
I didn't ever want to ride a horse.
No. I don't.
I got talked into it once, and I never went back because I don't ride anything without a clutch.
Did you bail off of it? When it's going fast, you just jump off.
No.
You felt like you were going to fall.
It was kind of old.
Bubba,
Okay.
Greg, he's rode a horse one time, and the horse literally was on the edge of the road. I think.
I bet after that ride, he was even
No,
closer.
I think they did this, saying this is the last thing you're going to do before we shoot.
You're going to ride Bubba, then you're glued.
That's it.
It had the smell of glue, just a little bit too.
Okay.
Elmer's. I think they named it Elmer.
But I've ridden a horse here or there. How about this? I don't have any desire to watch a horse race. None.
Ooh, I don't mind.
Rick.
I don't.
I like the Triple
I'll
Crown.
admit I like the call better than I like
the
anything.
Kentucky Derby.
But here's the other thing. I love movies about horses.
Absolutely.
And this is what's weird.
Absolutely.
I want to see a movie about.
Two of my favorite movies are about horses.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love a horse movie, but that's weird because I don't particularly care for horses. And so I don't even know why that is. So anyway, I
agree.
On my list of greatest movies of all time, Secretariat is up in the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Seabiscuit's up
Right
there.
there with it.
And there's others that I can't think of. War Horse is pretty good.
War Horse.
all right,
Bring
yeah.
a tear to a glass.
I don't think I've seen any of those movies.
Joey.
Bubba.
You talking about Joey?
I don't
Let me
think
tell
so.
you would like Secretariat. I don't think you'd like the
That
others.
hair
but
looks
you
like you've been on
I
a
think
horse.
you'd like Seabiscuit.
Seabiscuit's long.
It is.
Seabiscuit.
There's so much in Seabiscuit.
Right. I love that one.
I was wondering if Bubba was ever going to realize his hair.
Bubba's on one at a gallop.
I was right.
But what if Bubba's winning on a horse? He's only going.
My hair
one
may
hand.
be as long as it's ever been in modern Rick and Bubba
Oh, it
history.
is. For a minute, I thought you were like the guitar player for some band that's been around forever.
Right.
But anyway, so
I'm gonna need a ponytail.
So
Hold it.
I'll always give a horse movie a shot, always. So, and I think the name of it's Dream. And
I don't
anyway,
know that one.
so there's this horse movie, and I don't know who's done it, Apple or somebody. It's on
I like
stream.
a good horse movie.
And really, just hey, and be careful if you want to watch this movie because I'll try not to tell you everything about it. And I told Helms about it because he has a daughter that loves horse riding, and he thinks that
two of his family members may have already seen it.
I think Amanda and Maddie have actually seen this movie. I just haven't.
Yeah,
but I will.
The premise of it, based on a true story, because all I did was watch for everything in the movie that probably wasn't true, and I want to thank you for that.
Yeah,
well, Rick, let me ask you: was it based on actual events, true story?
All it said was based on a true story.
I think it's called Dream Horse.
So those people exist, but the story's probably made up.
So
if it's on actual events, it's just an event we made everybody up.
Undoubtedly, there was this little town in Wales.
In case y'all wonder.
Little town in Wales that is your blue collar, poor. Nothing's staying here. Everything's shutting down. That's always the story.
Mm-hmm.
And a woman there who has
gonna save it.
Yeah, who has done stuff like with dogs and won awards or whatever, and she remembers that part of her life and loved it with her daddy and all this. So anyway, she decides that they're going to buy a racehorse. Now, this is Wales, so it's a different kind of racing. Like they're jumping over stuff and all that.
Oh, the old steeplechase.
Yeah, and they're racing on grass, that kind of thing. And no, I think you'd like it. And so the town, a group of them, form a syndicate.
Okay.
And they buy a horse as a group.
Okay, so that probably happened.
And then all the other stuff, of course, I didn't know whether.
Thanks, Greg.
And look, I'm stopping. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's very good.
Bottom line, Rick,
Very
there
good.
was a town that bought a horse as a group, and that's true. The rest, you never know.
Well, there's some things in there I really want to know.
Well, why don't you look it up? Look it up, and they probably tell you
I
the
could.
truth.
You're right. You could. Well, some of the things Greg has brought up on these based on true story really has ruined the movie.
Well,
I mean, and this one I'm not that attached to, so I could almost live with it.
Okay.
I can't even enjoy Rick
No.
a military marching band anymore.
No. All I can think about is we're short on people to fight.
Just know going in on these movies look, life. A story can be good, but you got a 2-hour movie. You got to come up with some stuff. It won't carry it.
Well, you would think this one now.
Now, when they do it and it's corny, I don't mind you making up stuff. But when you make up something ridiculous,
but it seems to me, especially, they get really dangerous on things like this. Like there's a story that none of us, unless we lived in that town in Wales, were not that familiar with it. See, I felt like on Secretariat, we all knew so many actual facts they couldn't veer.
That's
very much.
true. And I've seen that it is pretty factual.
It seems pretty accurate.
I researched it.
I know you did. You've researched all of them.
Seabiscuit,
But what is this thing that I don't particularly care for horses, but I like horse movies?
I'm with you, Rick.
Is that weird?
I'm with you. I'm not a horse hater by no means, but I'm not a horse enthusiast.
And
but I love a good horse movie. Speedy likes My Little Pony, the cartoon.
Right.
The thing about Secretariat that's confusing to me because, and I've heard you talk about the movie that it had an oversized heart is the reason it could run so good. But you get a human with an oversized heart, it's a bad deal.
Everybody gets on you.
Yeah, everybody goes to pieces,
Yeah.
A horse good, running back, not so good.
Let me tell you this.
When he took off in the Preakness,
Oh
and
my
just
gosh.
walked everybody.
Well, that thing too, where they were trying to hold him back, and they said, "I think
Let him go.
y'all don't think he can run this distance that fast. I think he can." And that was back to the heart thing. But I will say this:
was its heart really, or was that a movie?
No, that's true.
That
I've
that's
actually
true.
said that's the fact.
Oh.
But when he died, they checked that out.
Can I tell you something?
Enlarged heart.
Can I tell you something? The life they introduced to you, if you're a winner,
boy.
Oh yeah.
The retirement plan is. I mean. It's but anyway, so
they got it made, and he thrived in it.
Yeah.
Didn't they have to put
It's
a
almost
horse-
like being Governor Cuomo for the rest of your life. But anyway,
They had to put a horse down in the Olympics.
Did they?
Mm-hmm. Broke its leg, and
That's sad.
I know, very, very.
I hope
sad.
that's not disruptive to you.
Did
And
you?
what is it with the? I mean,
Equestrian.
equestriation, but there's different
Yeah,
styles
I don't
of
know
it.
the difference.
There's ones where they prance around
I'm
and
not
stuff.
veering away.
Can I ask a dumb question? Because I know we've known when a horse breaks its leg, it's not good. Will they just not wear a cast?
I mean,
dogs,
can't race anymore.
dogs you put cast on.
Yeah. Oh, my dog had a
cats, all
cast. She
that.
went to the house.
Why is a horse?
I know
why
they
is a horse
can't
that way?
race.
Yeah,
but
a lot of weight.
I mean, they don't wait. They'll kill them right there on the track.
They addressed that in.
Hope I didn't.
You don't shoot.
Seabiscuit.
You don't shoot linemen when they break their leg.
Well, indirectly you do. but how about this? I will put on. There's famous movies with famous lines and famous scenes. Okay, now I'm leaving the movie Dream Horse now because it's not as good.
We're moving on from Dream
It's
Horse.
not as good as Secretariat, but it's a fine movie if you want to watch something.
What's
You
it called
enjoyed it.
again?
Yeah.
Dream Horse?
Yeah, it's one of those things you don't have to watch it and then think to yourself.
He said it was
Not
six
to be
times.
confused with War Horse.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's a disturbing
But I will
movie.
put in the top 5 of movie scenes on Secretariat
Oh, wow.
when they drop that to slow motion.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, she begins to read out of the book of
Yeah,
Job.
yeah, that is good.
Read out of the book of Job, God telling Job to look at the horse.
And he comes
If I don't put chills on you, something wrong with you.
And all of a sudden he's coming down.
All of a sudden that big hoss comes around the corner.
And then when he gets talking about the dinosaur, that always gives me a chill.
Yeah, that's not in the movie, but
I know, but it's good.
but I did see that one. It was
Doesn't apply,
Or the sea creature. You go, what?
No, that
Sea
creature. That was actually read in a Godzilla movie. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. There's room for you as we go phone trolling right now. Talk about whatever you want to at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll go rapid fire. Come on. As you are getting lined up and ready to go from the manchurch.com, let me roll out different man churches that'll be going on all over the place over the next couple of weeks. Thursday night, I'll be in Athens. I'll be speaking to First Baptist Church Athens for Man Church. Those details there at rickandbubba.com. And then here's other members of the Man Church team. They're out speaking, and churches that are doing the discipleship strategy. If you want to attend, you're welcome. August 13th, Westview Baptist Church in Opp, Alabama. Rich Wingo will be there. August 15th, Wingo will be at First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi. And we had to move that from last Sunday because Rich had a death of a dear friend that he went and spoke at their funeral. So that's rescheduled to this Sunday. Enon Baptist Church in Morris, Alabama. Also this August 15th, Brian Gunn will be speaking there. First Baptist Church, Troy, Alabama. On the 16th of August, Scott Dawson will be speaking there. We have the Man Church one day at Cape Girardeau, Missouri, coming up August 21st. Rich Wingo and I will be there. August 22nd, Parkview Baptist Church in Tuscumbia, Alabama, and our own Michael Helms will be speaking there as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy. Now, to find just the Man Church services that feature any of the speakers, you find those at themanchurch.com under events. So to the phones we go. Let's start with Jeremy in Florida. Jeremy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
Did y'all see where the coach in the Olympics punched his horse and got kicked out?
No, not a horse punching.
It was a trainer, right?
Yeah, Greg was talking about that.
Yeah, I heard that a horse got punched, but I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Harry Murdoch was telling me on the phone that it didn't look as bad as it sounds.
Oh, really? Okay. Well,
what was the deal? Did the horse not perform right, or what?
Apparently
He was
not.
just acting up.
Didn't know how to act.
Yeah.
And some people saying it's not as severe as it
I think
sounds.
that's what was Greg's commentary off air, was that it didn't look like a punch.
Are y'all sure this wasn't a scene from Blazing Saddles? Did you ever see that one? Alex Karras punches a horse?
Yeah.
That's a punch.
Andrew in Alabama. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Andrew.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just two things about the Olympics. First of all, back to the horses. I caught myself watching one of the competitions, and the commentators actually said that one horse was injured there, and they actually euthanized it shortly after the competition there in Tokyo. No chance to take it home and try to get it healthy, just straight euthanized it there. And then I want to get Helmsley's thought on Paris picking up breakdancing and dropping baseball and softball in 2024.
Is that true?
Didn't know they were dropping baseball and softball. If so, that's a crying shame. I hate that. I don't think breakdancing should be in it. I will say this too on the horse thing. I'm sitting here watching it now, trying to see what happened. But did y'all know? You know how they'll design? I don't know what they're called that they jump over, but all of them have different designs based on the culture, or whatever. Well, earlier in the week, they had to move one of the displays was a sumo wrestler, and it was kind of down in a position, and it was startling the horses when they would get to that particular part of the track. So they had to remove it.
Yeah.
It's funny.
And it does say here, Olympics, they announced that they will not play baseball, softball in 2024 in Paris, but will expect to return it to Los Angeles in 2028.
Why is Paris?
So, why are they the alternate? I mean, they're rolling it out for a while, or Japan won their first gold medal in baseball. Too,
yeah.
I'm sorry,
Adler found the Blazing Saddles thing. Good night. Look at that. Alex Karras. You remember Alex Karras?
Oh boy, he was.
Oh my. Let's go to Bobby in Alabaster. Bobby, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Guys, quick update on why you euthanize horses. Number one, their bones are incredibly big. It takes months to heal, and horses cannot stay off of their legs for very long, simply because if they stay on their side, the weight of their organs will eventually kill them. So it's actually, and also if they break their legs, they're very prone to infection. So it's actually more humane to go ahead and put them down, because more than likely, they're just not going to survive the convalescing period.
Yeah, I'm somebody I'd seen before, and by the way, it shows up in one of the movies I mentioned, but it's the severity of the injury. If they think that the horse has a way to recover, they don't. But if it's if it's at a point where the only way this horse can recover is to lay down for a long period of time, they can't do that.
And that's, I think, was the Olympic story. What I was reading, it was a really bad break.
It just seems like dogs and all would be hard to keep off their feet too. You know?
But not a lot of weight. Horse has tremendous
weight
amount of
per
weight.
size, though. I mean, it is a big bone. You would think.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
horses weigh a lot. I mean, they can put you and me on them and walk around.
Oh, I know.
Let's
How
go.
about a pretty detailed process on how you get these horses to the Olympics?
Oh yeah, think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They didn't ride them to Tokyo. I'll
No,
tell
they
you
did
that.
not. Mike
They
and
did
Pelham.
not.
There's the word of the day.
All right.
Michael and Pelham, go ahead.
Oh, that one's cutting up.
Hey guys, a great horse movie is a documentary called Unbroken. I believe it was on Netflix for a while, about 4 college friends who take a group of Mustangs from the Mexican border to the Canadian border. So it's a pretty cool documentary. It does have some adult language and content. But a good friend of mine is a former Navy SEAL sniper. He's running for sheriff of Jefferson County. His name's Jared Hudson.
How about Greg told me a pretty good horse movie was Brokeback Mountain.
You couldn't even get it out.
You couldn't. You about to die.
I couldn't get it out.
Rick, you went, I was building up there. I couldn't get it out. Shannon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I went to the Alabama concert this weekend down at Oak Mountain. The group Alabama is one of my favorite groups. But I noticed the Confederate flag was missing from everything at the concert. I don't know exactly how many album covers the group Alabama's had. I know of 4 that the cover of the album is the Confederate flag. It was gone.
What's
going on, guys?
Does that surprise you, though?
I absolutely. I mean, I guess I'm just.
It wouldn't. It doesn't surprise me at all. I would think if you did that at any time in your life, and you were going out again, you probably wouldn't do it.
So when was the last one there that we saw it in 80? 1980?
Yeah.
No, there's 84. They wasn't in order.
Roll on.
Oh, I thought they were in order.
Yeah.
So
Early 80s.
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you may not have liked that, but I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, I think even the interpretation of that has changed a lot over the years.
Yeah. I mean, if you were going out and you were going to market a product in 2021, and you said, "Hey, man, didn't we used to have a Confederate flag?" and somebody said, "Yeah, I think I take that off." I mean, it just. I mean, why go there? Yeah. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show continues. Lord willing, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
for the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866 We Be Big, and let's all get fired up and love it. All right, so Bubba and I were just talking about this new sponsor during the show today because we just got our box of awesome last week, and we are all digging it, and somebody was asking you, how do I get to boxofawesome.com? And just go directly there. Boxofawesome.com. Use the code Bubba. We'll get you 20% off the first box. Rick, what is a box of awesome? Rick, what is it? Box of awesome.
Pretty straightforward, isn't it?
It is a box with awesome things in it. And what did you grabbed out a pretty good knife out of there.
Did. I did.
You were first one in. Is there anything else in there that I might be interested in?
Adler got some too. He was he had several different ones. I had one that was a little bit bigger, but I sure did.
I guess I'll just be over here if y'all need me. I need my own box of awesome.
It went quick, Rick.
You got to get to that box of awesome quick around
what
here.
I'm saying though, shouldn't we have had two of everything in there? I mean, one for Rick, one for Bubba. What about them?
It seemed like there were 6 items. That they had done this just for us, 6 items, and it was one for each person of the show.
I never got an item.
Well, I didn't either, Rick.
Did somebody get that 2 items? Did somebody?
Who got 2?
I don't know. It
Who
went,
got their own
went
box of
quick.
awesome?
It was gone.
Well,
I'll just go
to box.
I know
of
Bubba got his knife.
I'm gonna go to Box of Awesome, fill up my own thing. But they customize it for whoever you're sending it to, or it's coming to you. There'll be $70 worth of gear inside, and it only costs $45. Is that what I get? What is this?
It's a knife.
Oh, I get a knife too.
I got 2 knives, Rick. Sorry, I
There it
accidentally
is.
grabbed 2. I didn't. I thought everybody got 2 knives.
No, there's only 6 items in there. Oh, this is nice.
Ooh,
I like that. Look at that box of awesome knife.
How about Reese Wilber's knives?
That's right there.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. Thank you, Adler, for
Sure enough, good one.
Hey, thank you, Adler, for responding to the Holy Spirit's conviction. But anyway, so if you would like to send
Adler, that was awesome.
Oh yeah, that was an awesome box of awesome move. So if you want your own, go to boxofawesome.com. This is a great idea too when you think about it. You know what? I'm thinking Sherry's birthday is this Sunday. I'm getting her one. And you know what? She's going to open it up, and guess who's going to be in it? Me. Boxofawesome.com, code Bubba for 20% off your first box. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com, or we think, right there under the sponsors. All right, so we got to do a thank you, guys. I mean, look,
yeah, this is big.
I know putting a little pause on the golden ticket seats.
Whoa.
It's keyed up a lot of people's plans, and we're sorry about that stupid pandemic. Anybody done with the pandemic yet? Wow, man. So we actually had a couple that was going to come from Texas and come and watch the show and hang out. And obviously this did not work out, and they were not able to get here because of us putting a pause on the seats. Now, I don't know the level of kindness right here. I will say this: it is superior to Adler taking 2 knives and then feeling guilty and giving one of them back.
Right.
It's even bigger than that because he's still got something. But they were going to come anyway because of their hotel that it might not be refundable.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to watch outside, and then we were going to try to see if we could get some pictures with them or do something to make it a little better. But now they've decided they're not coming at all, and they were supposed to be here today. But Bubba, this act of kindness is almost over the top. I mean, it's like
I heard a rumor. Is it true? Because I have not been to the kitchen yet.
Mm-hmm.
They actually went ahead and ordered cookies from a new cookie company here right next to us called Crumble, and we do spots for them on the local station there in Birmingham, and Speedy's done even like a remote with them. And they ordered Crumble cookies for us and had them sent here, even when we told them, "Hey, we ruined your trip."
Talking about the box of joy that's sitting in there.
Yeah.
How many people?
By the way, just so everybody knows, there's 6 cookies, 1 for each.
Adler. So, but back to this. How many people do you know that you can ruin their plans?
Yeah,
ruin them.
I know completely.
Yeah, that they're looking forward to, and their response is, "We sent y'all some cookies."
I know.
Wait a minute. Maybe I need to think a minute. Maybe I shouldn't bite into it. maybe this is the ultimate way to get us back.
Well,
Rick,
here's the thing, Rick. They're in
Kim's
They're
laughing.
currently in Texas, I believe, and so they reached out and had the location here. So they haven't touched them. They haven't been around them. So lose that thought.
Yeah, they were delivered over to us.
I'm just kidding.
just joshing.
Kim Jordan, and I'm looking in here to see what the husband's name may have been. I don't know if I see it in here.
Well, thank you. That's
So, Kim-
extremely kind of you to do that.
The Jordans.
Yeah, thank you, Kim, in Texas. For sorry about your plans being ruined, but this is just an act of kindness that really is one that I'm gonna ponder. Would this be my reaction?
Mm-hmm.
If I was fired up about Sherry and I go somewhere and they canceled it on me, would I send them a box of cookies?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, probably not.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean,
it-
it's
it
And we're talking about
it makes me
I gotta
feel
do
bad.
better.
Yeah,
I
a
got to
little
do
bit.
better.
Yep.
We're talking about a cookie as big as your hand too.
Yeah.
So get ready
Oh,
for
I
that.
think so. And can I tell you, Kim Jordan in Texas, who's a role model for all of us today? Can I say this? You kept it simple. Thank you for not sending a weird cookie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's chocolate chip. It's straightforward.
A lot of lessons learned with her act of kindness.
Yeah. So thank you, Kim. You are who we wished we were. All right. So
thank you for being a leader today.
yes, thank you for showing
And
us.
how close are we to the break?
Bubba, I'll go get them for you if you want.
Well, just
because they're
go
still
back to the
warm.
break.
All right. So Bubba, you told me
I'll work my way back.
that a Texas Rangers infielder had to come in and pitch, and has now recorded the slowest pitch in Major League Baseball history.
Yeah, my son Hunter was asking me over the weekend what an ephus pitch was, and he didn't know exactly how to say it. And I said, well, that's like a softball pitch, like you just lob it up there. And he said, well, somebody in the major leagues threw one. And I said, well, people do that from time to time. He said, no, he threw like several, but it was the first time one had been thrown for a strike. And it registered 31 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, this is slow pitch softball.
Now, it caused it to rain, but I mean, other than that, no.
Did it start raining?
I can't believe this is a strike, but it was a high pitch to say the least.
I'm going to show it, but I'm going to show it just one time, and hopefully we don't get blocked on
Got it.
Okay, yeah, just real
Everybody be
quick.
quiet. Shh, everybody keep it down home.
Oh my!
It's such a high
Now-
pitch. It left the screen and then just appeared back.
Yeah, the
That was slow
camera
pitch softball.
the camera was not ready for that. Usually you throw that pitch off the plate. If you get it too close, trust me, bad things will happen.
So we can trust you on that one?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yeah, do not be sure you got some good arch on it.
Yeah, I threw one inside one time. A guy leaned into it. It hit him in the back, and the umpire gave him first base, much to the dismay of our coach at the time, who
Right.
protested strongly.
Right, you can't move your body into a pitch, can you?
Used to could. You can't now.
He said you had to. Now this was back in 1980 something.
About the greatest decade.
He was
Bubba?
the greatest decade mankind's ever seen, and our coach was arguing he has to attempt to get out of the way.
Right.
Now keep in mind, I was aiming for the outside of the plate.
Of course.
Okay, and you throw it way off the plate. Hopefully they'll step over there to try to hit it and be out. But I threw it inside for some odd reason. And he leaned into it a little bit, but the umpire was arguing he's in the batter's box. He was hit against first base. Our coach was arguing he has to make an attempt to get out of the way of it. So, umpire won that round.
Well, they usually do. You know what I'm saying? That's where that whole blue that blue uniform really has the final word.
But it is
Normally
funny.
it's that elbow that leans in, not the whole body.
Yeah,
right in the middle of the back.
Yeah. So, but you just don't see that pitch a whole lot at that level. And especially that high. I mean, you've seen some crazy pitches, but that was quite a looper there.
Yeah, it was. I remember. Was there anything better?
I thought it never was going to get there. Did y'all? We're like, it left the screen. We're like, where'd it go?
Where is it?
Yeah. Isn't there even in slow pitch softball? There's a certain arc you can't go above.
Yeah.
Don't I remember the ref?
Yeah, I think so.
Illegal.
Yeah,
They'll say illegal.
Isn't that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember
If
that.
it's touching the sky,
Can't
coming
be. I
back.
think it can't be too low and it can't be too high. It's got to
There's
be
a
a
little
little mix
yeah.
there. Yeah.
Well, you don't want to throw it too flat.
No,
you do not.
No, they don't. I hit some
Take off like an airplane.
in our charity games a long way that went slow and straight.
Those are the ones you pitch. You want it back. Give it back.
Yeah,
Don't
don't even
string them.
Yeah, that when it's coming down, trying to be level. But if somebody just goes ahead and throws it level, now it's just batting practice. You know it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I take it the game must have been well out of hand when they have an infielder pitching.
Yeah, it must. Or somebody's really messed up the pitching rotation badly. We'll come back. We'll continue with some more of your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. So the slowest pitch in Major League Baseball, 31 miles an hour. For a strike.
Yeah. For a strike.
Ha! We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Fire up. Fire up. Hey! If you want to join us, you can. Let's start with Margaret out of the great state of Mississippi. Hello, Margaret. Welcome to Rick and Bubba, and thank you for your patience.
Yeah, I'm 86. I've got a lot of patience these days, but I was just wondering if you guys had picked up on the story from Madison, Wisconsin, at the University of Wisconsin, about a Precambrian rock that has now become racist.
Yes.
Now, is this the Chamberlain rock?
Yeah, we mentioned it in passing, but I only saw the headline, so I do not know the details of what made the rock represent racism and why it had to be moved. Are
you familiar with it?
Or do you know why this is considered?
No, and that's why I was wondering whether you fellas had researched it at all, because apparently the rock had a plaque on it from some previous president of the university who was a geologist, and
here it is, Margaret.
It cost $50,000 to remove the stupid thing.
Right. So I'm gonna put you. I'm gonna go ahead and let you sit and listen. So here is the story. We have it. Speedy got it for us on the rock. So here we go. A 1920s term described large dark rocks, and they say that it includes now a racial slur, meaning a racist slur.
On the rock?
On the rock. But now this was a term that was used just to talk about rocks of this color.
Wait a minute, it's not even about.
Well, let's see. All right, so they removed the controversial boulder, as she just told us. I didn't know it cost $50,000 to do this. The other activists objected to its description nearly 100 years ago. The Chamberlain rock. Let's see, what else does it say? I see it here. I'm trying to see what on it is racist. This talks about how old the rock is and how glaciers carried it.
Yeah, supposedly floated it over here.
Okay. It says in the 1920s, a slang term used to describe large, dark rocks included the N-word, and it appears in coverage of the rock's installation. It's not even
now,
on
when
the
we
rock.
say N-word.
No. Yeah, we are. We're talking about say it. No, Gray, here's the thing you understand. It's not even on the rock.
Can't even see it.
They're saying that one time the rock was described with this in it, meaning back in the 20s.
Wait a minute.
I know.
So if you've got to research to figure out whether it's racist, nobody's going to notice.
Right.
Okay, it's a rock.
Yeah, it says
but
the university researchers did not uncover other instances in print, so there's only one where the rock was referred to with this word. But then they say the Ku Klux Klan was active on campus at the time of the rock's dedication. So,
What?
Wait a minute. We just moved.
So I look at this rock and I go, you know what, boy, look at that racism there. I mean, how would you know? How would you have any idea that there's?
You'd have to do a tremendous amount of research.
Oh, my
but anyway, they're saying, from what I gather from this article, one time in an article in the 1920s,
it described it using that word.
It described it using that
But
word.
it's not on it now.
No, and they said they know the Ku Klux Klan stood near it during the dedication.
My goodness.
Wow.
Oh boy. So it's got to go.
And if
we're down to this,
so
man.
they think the rock is 2 billion years old,
Correct.
and it was installed at Observatory Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Who remembered happened to read the article that found all this?
Well, somebody researched it. They want
Well,
to
why?
know about
it's a
this rock.
Who cares?
But once again, here we go, reaching back into time and pulling something from the 1920s that's not even on the rock anymore. It never was on the rock.
So we're just moving a rock.
It was just described that way in the 1920s.
I'm trying to figure out how to use that word to describe a rock.
Well, I can help you with that. But anyway, and then they pull that article into 2021.
But it doesn't apply now.
I know, and say that rock over there, one time somebody called it this using a racial slur, so we got to go. Now, I understand if the rock still had it on it. I would be like, okay, I can't believe we let it sit there that long.
Yeah, should have changed that.
But
played out.
But the fact that it was just mentioned, and they said they can't even find but one article that even mentions it that way.
Which, again,
It's
nobody
not-
would know. If you hadn't pointed it out, nobody would have any idea or care.
Well, here's the other thing. If they can't find any other articles, it doesn't even mean that word, that description caught on.
That's true.
It means that one person did it one time in an article in the 1920s which we lived in a much different world then. And anybody thinks we haven't improved. I don't know what planet
This
you're living
may be
on.
the worst
Do
of
we
all
still
the
have work
things
to
I've
do?
heard.
We do, but we have greatly improved. But anyway,
This may be the worst of all the things being tore down that I've heard of.
Unless
up
there's-
to date, this may be the worst one. The most
What's a big
waste
one?
of time.
Yep.
Man,
Well,
effort
70
and
tons.
money.
According to Margaret, $50,000 to move it.
70 tons,
Okay.
12 feet in length.
And we got it out of there, and now what's better in that
You,
area?
you got a 7-foot hold.
yeah,
right
now you
there.
got to bring some dirt in.
Yep.
Guys, the people
But
who
whose life changed? Who? Oh my goodness, we got rid of that rock.
Chamberlain
Woo!
Rock is out.
Thank goodness. Now we can move forward.
Now it's a safe place.
It's holding us back. Wow. Nobody knew what it meant. Everybody thought it was just a big, nice rock.
the problem with these stories,
Just a rock.
it makes it look like that we don't have anything to find anymore, so we have to go 100 years back to find something.
Yeah, I started to say
which
this is
which is dangerous.
That's dangerous.
Some of the things that are happening, I fully understand and agree with. Some of this is a stretch, and I'm gonna have to put this one on that column right now, but at least what I understand about it.
That's just, I can't deal with it. That I don't understand it. I don't understand how many people. You realize how many people had to agree to move that rock for it to get moved? A lot. You know, it can't just one person with a crazy idea. A lot of people said, "Yeah, let's go the effort."
Let me tell you how dangerous.
That's what's amazing.
Well, let me tell you how dangerous this fake world that we live in truly is. People were so afraid of there being a mob to come against it, they wouldn't even walk out and say, "Look, it was 100 years ago. Somebody said something in an article they shouldn't have said. It was, we certainly wouldn't do that. It has nothing to do with the rock. It was how somebody described
in
the rock.
1920.
In 1920 something. We don't have $50K laying around to go move a rock for $50,000. We think that money could be better used, to educate people, to whatever. We just don't think that that's a wise cost, considering it's not on the rock anywhere, and none of us think the people should have said that in the 20s.
And it doesn't apply to
even,
the
you're not even
2021.
allowed to do that, because then you know what you say? I'm so concerned about the mob thing. For the love of God, here's $50,000. Somebody move this rock.
If we're going back 100 years on stuff,
yeah.
Wow.
Well, even if they decide they wanted to move it, I think there's a better way. They should have just had an announcement that if you're offended by this rock, bring a hammer and chisel out here and start tearing it down.
You have
and
free
have at it, and get the people with the trucks that pull some of these other statues down, get them to drag it off.
Yeah.
It would be free then.
Yeah, or just to go back, like you said, and even have a broader statement, just say,
Bring your chisel. Come on, get rid of it.
We give permission. We give permission for anybody to move the rock that wants to.
Yeah,
but we're not going
have
to
at
spend.
it.
We're not going to spend $50,000 to do it.
Right.
If the rock bothers you and get enough people to help you, y'all can move it. but that didn't happen. Let's go to Craig in Gardendale. Craig, go ahead.
So the rock is racist because the term was used one time as something that had nothing to do with the rock, but yet also you said the Democrat-controlled KKK was active at the time.
Right. Yeah. The Democrats, when they go to revising history, boy, they really leave out the state of their party on race relations during the civil rights movement and other times in history. It's almost like the Democrats are allowed to evolve, but no one else is.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go,
their history gets canceled.
Yeah. If you go back into
everybody
history,
else's gets remembered.
If you go back into history and say we must remove anyone that was ever associated with these things, regardless of modern times, how is the Democratic Party even still a party? You talk about a terrible past on this issue. Horrible.
Very bizarre.
Now, if they want to say, "Hey, we've changed our minds and we think no, we were wrong," that's fine. But you got to allow other people to say the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's not the rules you play by.
No.
But as you just said it, they're so good at canceling, they've canceled their own history.
Yeah, most canceling is to cancel your future, not your history.
Well, thank goodness it's gone. We'll come back.
Rick, another problem solved today.
Chamberlain Rock solved.
Out of here.
Top of the hour. $50,000 later, it's gone. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. If you're not going with us and you got to leave us, we'll talk to you on the next edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Somebody say it. Somebody say Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. We are back. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here. And we're excited to start a brand new hour. If you are listening to us and you're in and around Columbus, Mississippi, listen there on 96.1, you're probably looking at themanchurch.com, our social media. I love the logo and everything we put together, how nice we made it, how we talked about some of the other guys going out and doing man churches. Our apologies to First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi, because Rich Wingo's date was canceled last Sunday because of a death of someone close to him, but it's been moved to August 29th, not August 15th. So that was some bad information we got there, and we were a little off on that. So First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi, say, hey, we're still having Rich, still having our man church, still doing the curriculum, but he will be August 29th, not the 15th. So the information we have up was bad information. So it was all trying to reschedule at a moment's notice, so our apologies to that. So August 29th for Rich Wingo, First Baptist Church, Columbus, and we'll make those changes on our website and social media and stuff as well. So, Bubba, as we welcome you back for a brand new hour, have you seen... it looks like this thing of Oklahoma and Texas moving to the SEC. Looks like there was some political saber rattling.
I got a little wrangling going on
rattle.
there. You know, that has been the talk of sports. Texas and Oklahoma leaving the Big 12, coming to the SEC, and everything around that. Which, by the way, I still want to applaud probably the best kept secret in modern times. Don't y'all admit?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, President Obama can't have a party without somebody taking pictures of him unmasked in there and putting it online. But they kept this deal quiet with all the people that had to have a say in it. That is incredible. But there is a senator. His name is Roger Marshall, Republican from Kansas, who says, hold on just a minute. We got something we need to look at.
Hang on, tap the brakes a moment.
He sent a letter to the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, on Wednesday, raising concerns about ESPN's role in Texas and Oklahoma's conference shift. Mm-hmm. Marshall noted that the schools were invited to join the SEC shortly after announcing they were not going to intend to renew their contract with the Big 12. Mm-hmm. He is saying that ESPN was tampering in this behind the scenes. Now, he pointed to news reports that illustrated the Big 12 had evidence of manipulation by ESPN.
Little manipulated, Greg.
And,
oh, boy.
And, Rick, this was really one of the key parts of this was that, and what he's saying in his complaint is that ESPN acquired the SEC package that's currently on CBS, giving them 100% of the SEC's television rights. But he cited a report, and he said that, of course, this will enhance ESPN's package that they've already agreed for a price on if Texas and Oklahoma is thrown in it. But he said that that the Supreme Court had already ruled in a previous case that to give basically your TV rights of the whole conference was an antitrust law issue, and I don't know what case he's referring to, but he thinks he said while he does not know the terms of the new agreement with the SEC, the U.S. Supreme Court has decided that exclusive rights to televise all league games is a violation of antitrust laws. He also added that legislation previously passed to overturn this decision for professional football did not apply to college. Therefore, it does not receive an antitrust exemption.
In your face.
So, this will be hashed out. It sounds a little bit to me like spilt milk, but I don't really think there's anything to it. But you got to do something, I guess, if you've took a loss like this. Well, any word on who they may be inviting, the Big 12, who they're going to invite to try to?
I have not heard that. I heard Jacksonville State. I may be wrong.
I tell you who needs to go into it, because aren't they conferences conference less right now? Is it Sam Houston that won the 1AA national championship this past year? I know they're going to play in the conference with Jack State this year because they don't have a conference. Or have they already joined the WAC or something?
I'm not sure.
but they're moving up. So
I did hear Notre
them
Dame
and McNeese State.
I
They're always.
heard
good.
Notre Dame did ACC last year. This year they're doing Big 12.
Oh, they're moving around.
They're moving around.
Try it.
Yeah. So everybody can build them up, and they disappoint again.
What is Notre Dame's deal with not being in a conference? I mean, they were in the ACC during the COVID year just for convenience.
Right.
But in the rest of their sports other than football in the ACC
think
normally?
so.
It's only football that's
Football
not
just has to play like 5, right? 5 ACC teams.
Yeah.
There's a limit.
What's up with that?
Well, I know that
they like that independent thing.
Well, NBC, cut an exclusive deal with them.
That's the key there.
Which was, and of course,
That's
then
the
they laid
starting
an egg and were never good again.
Yeah.
I mean, lately they've been they just go.
They get the playoffs. They get hammered when they get.
They
there,
do. They don't have a good do real in the playoff. But
Well, it seems to me it would be more difficult to be there when you have the conference champions of the Big Five when there's only 4 spots. Somebody's already left out, so you'd have to leave out 2 to put Notre Dame in. So, I mean, if they're deserving, fine. But
the of course 12-team playoff solve all that.
Yeah, when we broaden it up, it's going to solve a lot of those.
So this senator is saying, Greg, they did it, and they did it deliberate. He's saying
they're saying they tampered.
He said ESPN went and got this exclusive deal. Now, when are we done? Does CBS not have?
No, it's another year. Too.
Another year. CBS still has the 2:30 game this year.
Let's see, when is it?
Yeah, let's say
2024.
2024. So he said ESPN cut that deal, got the value of it, and then cut their deal, and then they worked to get Oklahoma and Texas in it because that makes that deal they just cut even more valuable. That's what he's alleging.
And if
they tampered,
I don't remember because it's been a while back. The ESPN deal was negotiated with the SEC, but are they not adding a third game? Aren't they going to go 3 games every Saturday? Wasn't that part of the deal? There was an early game, a 2:30 game, and then a night game every week. Seemed like there was something like that. Don't quote me on it, but it's something like that.
So
I vaguely remember.
And some other stories out there involving sports. Did you see that a former teammate of Aaron Rodgers, and I know we just want to continue to hear about Aaron Rodgers over and over again, but he says that Rodgers will join the New Orleans Saints in 2022.
Really?
That's what he's saying.
Step into Drew Brees' spot, huh?
Will Blackman, who played with Rodgers and the Packers from 2006 to 2009, and says they've remained friends. He said, I'm telling you, next year, he said, you see Rodgers has come into camp. He said he's going to go ahead and play with the Packers again this year, but 2022 he will play for the New Orleans Saints. Now,
if I'm a Saints fan, I like to hear that.
Now, why he thinks he knows this and he's out there, I don't know. But, I mean, he's doing it like, Greg, like it's a matter of fact.
Oh, I love when people sell it like, hey, it's happening.
You know how he said it, Greg?
It's a done deal.
Hey, 2022, Aaron Rodgers is going to be a New Orleans Saint.
Hey, fact. Write it down.
Write it down. Played with him for 3 years. We keep in touch.
And I'm sure he's loving me saying that.
And I'm getting it out there to make the Packers season even worse. Thank you for that as a Packer fan. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. All right, so as we move our way back, so the Olympics are over, and I think some of us thankful, but so it's we got a bow on that one. It's been put up. What is this thing where everybody bites their gold medal? Who's the first one that started that?
Rick, I've seen that done for years.
That's how they used to test if it was real.
Yeah, but I'll tell you who I saw do it was
Everybody's doing it
was one of the tennis players when he used to win Rafael Nadal. He used to bite the thing that he won, and I just thought it was something he was doing. But Greg may be right. I think it probably has a
everybody's doing
with coins.
it.
Yeah, check coins.
Yeah. Everybody's doing it now. They all do it now. Every
Seems
single
like I
one.
remember that from like Westerns.
I do it.
I could have made it up.
If you look when we were coaching tennis, I did it. I was biting the trophy too. I mean, and it wasn't gold. But
right.
I just thought everybody's supposed to do that now.
All right, so did you see this?
Wow, he's really got it all in there, doesn't he? I mean, he's really biting.
Yeah, he really is.
Yeah, the medal.
French marathon runner, whatever his name is. This is a weird piece of video. He finished.
Boom, boom.
He finished.
Jean Fleury.
He finished 17th, but he does this move at one of the drink stations. You know where you go in. And they've got all the drinks sitting out there on the table, and watch what he does. And everybody's kind of like, what's he doing?
Yeah.
All right, so
everybody's grabbing some, and then watch him.
Yeah,
he knocks them all off the table.
Why did he do
y'all
that?
are not getting any.
So nobody else could get water after he got some.
Look
at him.
You know what? I like how he's thinking.
And he grabbed the last one.
I like how he's thinking.
Yeah, these people behind me, they don't need water.
They do not need water. I'm done. And he just rakes every one of them off.
Of course, please look at 1, 2, and 3. Of course, Kenya is leading.
Well, yeah. Well, you ain't gonna beat Kenya. He finished 17th. I mean, for a Frenchman, that's a pretty good finish. But yeah, that's. Is he doing it again?
No, this is just
same
this
thing.
is
Okay.
looping it.
By the way, he did cost the people that wanted to get off that front row because the back row.
Yeah.
Doggone it.
I've been thinking about that water station for
Golly.
miles.
Oh.
And I get up there and it's rolling on the ground.
Oh, man.
I might have to do one more lap around that table and get that back row.
I mean, he does straight up rake them off.
Yeah.
So let me ask you.
Did he get in trouble for that?
I don't know.
Did he get
I
penalized?
know. I know he'd get the slap in the head from me if I was
I
behind
ain't
him.
got that hand spanked.
They said, yeah, the guy in the 18th, Rick Burgess. Oh, we tackled him.
Oh my gosh, he's down.
He took this water.
And Beth Moen's on the call.
Oh, he knocked him down. Took his water. Quickly.
I'm down with wood pile. Tried to stomp him.
Knocked him down on a wood pile, tried to stomp him. If he'd had his gun, he would have got nowhere. Some H2O. Someone hydrate. He needs to hydrate. He blocked his hydrate. He blocked him. Greg, send it down to you. Or hand it off to Rocky.
The Rocky's on the street.
Rocky, get some H2O before the Frenchman comes. All right, so now we've got Greg. You were telling me about this. Ricky Medlock,
Yes, Rick.
has tested
The great
positive.
Ricky Medlock.
Now keep in mind the keys always test positive. That doesn't necessarily mean they have it. Has tested positive from Leonard Skinner for COVID-19, and they're blaming that somebody that was going to the concert that's near us, because this is one of the ones that has been canceled, that there was somebody going to Rock the South that thought they could have something.
Yeah, because they wanted to see Skinner.
Hey,
Even though there was no original member still in the band, but they wanted to see him anyway.
Right, and we thut about Damon Johnson. He had this gig.
He got called up.
Gary Roston's out from heart surgery. And then, what did they say? They're going to postpone or cancel 4 shows?
Cancel 4 of its upcoming shows after one of the band members has tested positive for coronavirus. Manager for the classic rock band confirmed the news to Fox News, interesting, on Saturday. Leonard Skinner is unable to perform the next 4 shows in Canton, Ohio, home of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Jackson, that's weird the way they've done the comma here. Atlanta, Georgia, and Coleman, Alabama. So, yes, Rock the South.
Rockin' the
That's
South.
Rock the South. So,
Ricky Medlock.
That's right.
So
didn't it say he's resting at home, getting ready to come back?
Yeah, said he's resting, responding well to treatment. That's back to that again. If you get it, man,
Yeah, get on it.
Get on it, and we'll continue to update you on his condition.
Of course, we all know Ricky Medlock and his work with Blackfoot, Train,
Oh,
and
yes.
Highway Song.
Yes,
classic.
Did you like any other Blackfoot songs other than those two?
What's the other one they played the harmonica on? You remember that when you talk about the dogs?
I don't.
Dog.
How do I Google that, Greg?
I don't know. You're right, Rick. That's basically. I like those two a lot, though. Those two were really good songs.
Blackfoot song about dogs?
No, he gets at the beginning. He's talking about I don't remember.
It's yeah, but I mean they were playing a big role.
Well.
I mean they were one of the headliners, weren't they? In Rock South.
Yeah.
What do you think it starts with?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Greg, you want me to pull up Blackfoot Essentials right here and we'll walk through them?
Yeah.
I got some here.
I
Rick,
saw
but-
Blackfoot open for Molly Hatchet at the Boutwell in Birmingham.
Here we go.
You think there was any rednecks in there?
Not-
including me.
You're right. I was about to say.
I had my bandana on. I was ready.
If you did you like Molly Hatchet?
Yes.
Bubba, did you ever give Molly
You
Hatchet
did?
anything?
Oh, absolutely. Great guitar work.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. What was their hit?
Flirting with Disaster.
Yeah, Flirting
Oh,
with Disaster.
yeah.
Yeah.
Juke City? Are you kidding me? Dreams I never gonna boom boom boom.
Oh, and don't forget, there's a gator in the bushes and he calling my
I love
name.
that, Amy. Yes.
Yeah, you forgot about that one, did you?
Even though he trashes Alabama, I don't care in that song.
Well, he does, but I mean,
It's a good song.
Greg,
Road Fever?
I don't have a clue.
Greg, you No Way Strikes. I got a line on you. Is that
I
it?
don't know. I can't remember.
Wishing Well. Remember Trent Darby redid that later.
I started saying.
Okay, all right.
Beat me to it. Thank you, Bubba.
Left turn on a red light.
There it is.
I don't know, guys.
It's got a dog. It's got a dog.
Maybe.
That's got to be it.
Oh, no, Fox Chase. That's it.
That's
Fox
possible.
Chase.
That's
it.
possible.
Fox Chase it is.
That's possible.
Play it, Rick.
I don't have that one.
What?
There's a gator in the bushes and it calling my name. So I don't.
You talking about Danny Joe Brown? Come on,
here's
Rick.
Fox Chase. Fox Chase.
You don't.
Is that it?
Howdy, folks.
Yeah,
This is your old buddy Shorty Medlock.
Shorty
It is it,
Medlock.
because
I'd like to
That's
tell you
Ricky
about an old bunch
Granddaddy,
of fox
or
hounds
daddy.
I got.
This-
Old Ring and Old Tig
This
and
it.
Old Rover.
I remember
and
this.
when we start out across them Georgia hills hunting them foxes, it sounds something like this.
Get it right.
Oh yeah. We need that. Look. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Come on with that, Adler. I know you can't.
That's a good one. I got to give Blackfoot more.
That's a good one.
You know, I think there's a version of Blackfoot that tours that are young guys just under that name and with those songs, and Ricky or none of them are in it. I think he owns it. But I heard an interview with him. They travel. I think they even recorded a record. That's Blackfoot, even though he's not in it or nobody, but he owns it.
So he owns a name. He created some young bucks that do their songs
Yeah.
and go out and tour, and
Yeah.
they even did a new album.
I think so.
Well, you know what,
Wow.
Bubba? That's your idea. You had for Kiss.
That's right.
He's done it with Blackfoot.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, keep him
Plug them in.
Plug him in.
Kiss
Plug
thing-
and
that
play.
Kiss thing's coming.
Plug and play, baby.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Fort Myers-based band. Meet the new Blackfoot. So,
Yeah.
We'll be back. More
Wow,
Rick and
good one
Bubba.
there. I forgot how much I like that.
I know. I forgot how good a riff it had.
That is.
So Shorty Medlock on that on the harmonica.
On the harp.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. The gang's all here. All right, so let's take a look at an opportunity that's in front of you right now. And I can just picture Greg laying back on his Helix mattress.
Yeah.
Got his earbuds in, listening to Dreams I'll Never See by Molly Hatchet.
Absolutely. It's
And,
relaxing because I'm so comfortable.
Yeah. Are you loving this
I am.
mattress?
It's a really good mattress. I sleep really good. And like I say, it's hard enough to get up when I have to anyway. Now
Right.
you add that to the mix.
Yes. So
at least I used to wake up with a backache, and that made me get up.
Yeah,
Not
but,
now.
but really, that is one of the things I was talking about. Somebody asked me, can I sleep late anymore? And I said, well, I can't sleep as late as I once could because, this is something that helixsleep.com/Bubba may be able to help on, because something about when you get older, once you've slept a certain amount of time, your back gets to hurting so bad, you start waking up with aches and pains.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Helix mattress, that's not the case, because now your body is sitting there. You've customized this mattress the way you sleep.
That's right.
And with their technology, you just fill out a few questions there. They send it right to your door. You've got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love it. If you don't, which we think you will, but if you don't, inside the 100 days, you get fully refunded. So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We're also going to save you $200 on the best overall mattress. That's what GQ and Wired Magazine said about helixsleep.com/Bubba. Fill out a few questions. What position do you normally sleep in? What type of firmness you want in your mattress? They send you a customized mattress right to your door. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Sleep on the mattress that the real Greg Burgess and his wife sleep on. And you can find that also for getting truly amazing sleep. There's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You're America.
All the days of America.
Bubba, we talk about the free state of Florida, but then we talk about the city of chaos, Portland, Oregon. And there doesn't seem to be any effort in Portland to do anything, really. Now, we've had some cities that have tried this before. Chicago's mayor suddenly has become a lover of law enforcement after she created an atmosphere where officers are being shot and killed, including a female officer over the weekend.
83 shot in Chicago over the weekend, 13 fatally.
That's just one weekend in Chicago. Who says let's defund the police?
Yeah,
and we had another officer shot and killed just for being an officer.
Yes,
over the weekend as well. And now the mayor, as Bubba was talking about earlier, off the air, is starting to try to dial back some of her rhetoric. Really, that created this atmosphere. So, but in Portland, it's just almost like they've given their city to Antifa, and they just won't take it back.
Right.
And at some point, people are not going to do business in a city that they don't think is safe. But this is the one, Bubba, you've talked about, the old Hell Express. How people love to get on it.
Trying to get up to the front seat, not just have a ride on it on the front seat.
So there's videos you're seeing now, if you're watching this on YouTube, of a crowd that demonstrators violently shut down an event where Christians had gathered to pray on the waterfront. There was another clash Saturday afternoon that involved the Antifa bunch and the alleged Proud Boys, that they threw projectiles at each other in the city streets, but that felt good. But in this one, you see the footage of them walking up. That's Antifa, and they've got on shields, helmets, and they're actually throwing things at children, according to some of the witnesses that were there. This was a group of Christians that were trying to pray over the city and have a worship event there near the waterfront. One person said they threw a flash bomb into a group of kids who were out there, because it said the attendees did include children as young as toddlers, and the people who were witnesses, they're saying they were throwing projectiles at us and even a flash bomb into a group of the children. One person there who was a man that was worshiping said a pastor walked up and asked the group kindly to stop, but then he was hit with pepper spray.
Good night.
And then a woman is seen attending to the pastor's eyes covered by an orange substance. It says the police never intervened.
Yeah, they kicked their speakers down and took them.
Yep.
Took them off.
And now keep in mind, these were people who were members of the Christian faith out there worshiping with praise and worship music at the waterfront in a prayer service. And Antifa comes in dressed like military
and shuts it down and takes it away.
Yeah.
The very next day, here's a look at the crowd that came out to support the Christian.
All right. Is that straight up? Is that the next day?
This is the very next day, and they rocked out. If you want audio, it's rocking.
So this is the thing that, Antifa didn't have much impact on that at all, other than make it better.
Yeah.
But this goes back to the thing. I think the oppositions, the people who oppose and go after the church. You and I have talked about it for years, and it's not really a compliment to us, but all human beings struggle with apathy.
Yeah.
All this does is galvanize a group that really, if you'll just leave us alone, sadly, we just roll into apathy, and it's the reason why God allows us to be oppressed over and over again, because it always gets the best out of us and refines it. So let's say Antifa does nothing the day before. Do you really think the crowd would be that big?
No, not at all. Yeah. It would look very similar to what it did on the other day, if not smaller.
So now you galvanize people to actually start standing up for what they believe. So it's always hilarious when some of these groups, they make the situation even worse when they go to try to shut something down, like people of faith doing their own freedom of worship.
Yeah, like boycotts of chicken stores and,
Yeah, right.
Duck Dynasty
right.
and everything else.
Are they ever going to learn from all this?
I don't think so.
So, but I mean,
probably not. I mean, you gotta think where they're coming from.
People don't really want to live in a city that has no law and order, do they? I mean, it's you got the Proud Boys and Antifa fighting in your streets one day. You got Antifa shutting down a prayer service another day, and of course, I guess the numbers were too big for them to try to shut this down. I guess I don't know, but they thought better of it.
Yeah, well, they're outnumbered there.
Yeah,
big time.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm glad to see that people came out, but this thing in Portland just continues until somebody decides that they're going to reinstate law and order. I don't know if this is ever going to stop. Did you realize how long this has been going on?
Oh, I know. It's just crazy.
So I mean,
it's like you look around, you can't even, you can't even identify where you live. It just doesn't look normal.
And I understand that. I'm sure there's a method that the Portland police are using when it comes to stuff like this. But why? If you see them marching through and you know where they're going, why wasn't there an intervention there to stop them? I don't understand.
To be fair, maybe,
and I don't know. I'm not in law enforcement. It could be. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, maybe they. I'm just going to be fair. Maybe everybody involved, including the Christians and Antifa, had done their paperwork. Maybe they thought that they would both peacefully do whatever they wanted to do, and Antifa, broke the deal they'd agreed to, and went after the protesters, and maybe they just didn't get there until they'd already shut it all down.
Yeah, I don't know either.
You would think, and if you got two groups like this, that you would be standing around like we've done throughout history.
Yeah.
When people had the right to express themselves, but it could get volatile, you always saw law enforcement standing around. I don't think if the KKK gets their paperwork that you're going to let them walk through the streets with no police there.
No, I don't think so. Because I know where I live. If there was a bunch of people that got out dressed like them, they wouldn't make it too far out of their car for law enforcement sitting there going, whoa, what are you doing?
No.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, if you're going to go after people with shields and helmets and start throwing projectiles at children, I wouldn't go after the First Baptist Prayer Service. Down in southern part of the world or out in Texas somewhere. I'd probably stay away from that. I guess if you go after people in Portland, the odds of them being armed is pretty low. But anyway. Also, another thing from Your America, Bubba, this is that thing that DeSantis keeps referencing. New images obtained by Fox News of migrant detention centers in Donna, Texas. What it reveals is cramped conditions in which migrants are being held amid a continued surge at the southern border and new fears of the spread of the Delta variant of COVID-19. If you want to see a group set up exactly the way that we keep trying to discourage people to set up, unless, of course, you're going to President Obama's birthday party, is we have a bunch of people in really cramped conditions that are coming from who knows where and have not been vetted, tested, or on anything involving the Delta variant.
Yeah, it's just crazy, isn't it?
That just seems to, I don't know what, that just sends a really bad message. And as DeSantis said, if you're doing this, I'm sorry, I just can't.
We're going to have to fix that before you talk to me about what we're doing.
Right. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls, all 10 lines are available.
866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll find out what is on your mind today. You can talk about things you've already heard or seen, or you can bring up new topics, or you can just ask a question. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's go to the people. It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Lines are all available. Let's drop the hammer. Come on in. Come on in. The lines are available. And you can make a comment, ask a question. Don't need a permit.
Come on.
Just say what you want to say. Ask what you want to ask. Bring the information you want to. We are shying away from meaningless shout-outs and shameless plugs. Those will get an instant buzzer. Your time on the program will come to a close. We do have one timeout each. Speedy's got one. So does Bubba, as Helmsy helps out, bringing in the phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG with the aging Harry Murdahl. We start with Bill out of Montgomery, Alabama. He's got us on I-92 WLWI. Bill, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, Rick? What's going on, Bubba?
We're fired up and ready, baby. Let's go.
I just want to hear if y'all heard about old Joe Biden over the weekend. He said that over 350 million people have been vaccinated in the U.S., and that's how much more million? 20 more million than the actual population.
Yeah,
that's pretty sad fact.
Yeah, we played the clip. The thing that was so sad about it was much earlier in the show, so you missed it. But, yeah, I think the census has got it at 328 million right now. So one news story said that he announced that we were at 106% everybody vaccinated. But the thing that was more troubling is that he says, I can never remember that number, then looks down at his notes, then says 350 million.
You know, I've been trying to figure out what he could have confused that with. I don't know if he was going for doses or people who had both doses, or I don't know what to do.
I think I know what it is. My dad always told me to give 110% in everything I do. So maybe you think do you think he thinks we're not there yet?
Do you think he tried to say, let's give 106%?
Yeah.
Now, I really believe that he may have said, look, we have 350 million dosages. We can give everybody plus some and send to other countries. We don't have a shortage.
Right.
And he got confused. I mean, but it's really sad. We continue. Let's go to Hattiesburg. Andrew is standing by. Andrew, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, guys. You know, at first I wasn't a big fan of Chris Wood's segment, but that last one with him on Zoom, that just owned me so bad.
Yeah.
The secondhand embarrassment was fantastic. So good.
Yeah,
it was a goal. It was a goal.
I don't know how it was to listen to it, but if you could see it, the goal factor was through the roof.
Yeah, I imagine us laughing. You know, if you just hear people laughing, it's somewhat contagious.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of best of moments of us just laughing.
Yes.
And I think that'll be one of them.
Yeah. To Ryan in Kentucky. Ryan, 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, to go back to the beginning of the show when Bubba was talking about his dream, I was just wondering how many times has Rick's name been screamed out in Bubba's bed?
You know, not much. Not much.
Yeah.
I think last night may have been the first one.
Yeah, now early on when the show first started, when I was lost and had a bit of a drinking problem, he probably would wake up every morning screaming, "Where's Rick?" And wonder if we'll see him at the studio. But probably in recent times I've been pretty reliable.
I can't remember. I can't remember trying to talk in a dream ever. Really.
No.
Yeah, that was strange.
Now I've had the deal where I thought I got hit by something and I wake up, I got a calf cramp.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You ever had that happen?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Let's go to Jeff in Fort Payne. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, guys. Monkey grass, and because of my daughter Ansley, I know what that means now.
Oh, there we go. Go ahead.
Hey, listen, I understand you guys have never had a problem espousing your beliefs any place you've ever been except for one place, and I understand that's Fort Payne, Alabama. I'd like to know that story because we're a beautiful place, and we'd like for you to come back and see if we can change that.
Oh, no, that wasn't it. Somebody was asking a much bigger question about have we ever had any issues concerning, being in the entertainment business. It had nothing to do with faith. And we were talking about when we go out, if people do know the show or recognize us or recognize the voice, that we really have had very few instances that were a little bit alarming. And then Bubba said, except for that one time in Fort Payne.
Mm-hmm.
So it had nothing to do with faith or anything.
Yeah, it was just kind of a joke.
It was just kind of a joke that when Bubba and I first, we didn't have any idea that the show had any listeners of any kind. We had no clue. Okay. But we were just doing it anyway. And we used to count our listeners. Remember that?
Oh yeah, number.
Yeah, remember we used to have a promotion. We have no listeners.
Thanks for not listening.
Yeah, thanks for not listening.
Remember
We
that,
had
one?
Yeah. I remember that.
And we were invited to Fort Payne, Alabama, for some sort of remote broadcast of some kind. And when we got there, we realized that there was a level of enthusiasm
we really were not expecting
that kind of caught us off guard. That's all we're talking about there. Yeah. And it was these people really loved the show
and socks.
Yeah, we had like a dozen shirts, and we got there and like there was a line wrapped around the building, and we like called back to Gadsden and said, "Send more shirts."
Send more, and they actually drove 45 minutes more shirts to us. And so things there got a little intense.
Yeah.
And at one point maybe just a hair scary. But so that was it just caught us off guard. We didn't have any idea.
It was a pleasant surprise.
It was flattering, but scary. Yeah. Let's go to Alex in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Alex, go ahead.
Alex.
Hey guys, I love you guys so much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I'm not a dream analyst or anything, but talking about that dream Bubba had, I would take a wild guess and say, Bubba, are you concerned for Rick at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It just seems like you would be calling out for him, like he's like, he's scared of something, like he's getting into something that he shouldn't be.
Well, look, Rick, I almost look at the California part of the dream that I'm supposed to stay away from California. Yeah. So that's going to be real easy for me. That's it.
Why chips?
I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. Jonathan in Panama City.
I had some yesterday. I don't know.
Jonathan, go ahead.
Hey guys, Green Acres.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you wanted to do something very historical concerning the NIL deals. A retroactive NIL deal. I played for the University of Tennessee in 98, 99 on the bowling team, and I would be willing to entertain something. I mean, I'm an extra large for a T-shirt, something like, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I tell you, the retroactive. I mean, everybody else is doing that with history. Why not with NIL contracts?
Yeah,
but,
probably got to take care of some of these others first. But you never say no.
I'm not going to say I will never happen. It's not likely, but I like how you're thinking. And I mean, if you, it's one thing to bowl. It's another thing to bowl in the SEC.
Yeah. Right.
You know.
Did they even have bowling then?
I have no idea.
Power 5 to you.
I mean, they do now. I mean, I saw the national championship game, the match or whatever they call it. It was something.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I stumbled by it.
Sure.
But they had fog, and, they did a lineup look like the Chicago Bulls coming out.
Well, how about that? How about that?
Made you want to bowl, didn't it?
Well, it was something.
I bet tens of people were through the roof.
Well, the crowd that could get in there, it was packed.
Right.
But of course,
they hold about 150.
Yeah. 200. You really get after it.
So yeah, it's to me.
You couldn't even hardly sit down to put your score down for people hanging over the way.
To me, bowling, it falls in that category. We're fun to play.
Right.
Incredible, a lot of fun to participate in. Not all that a blast to watch. But anyway, sir, thank you. That's a good thought, though. If you're leaving us, hey, thanks. We'll chat the next time we have a Rick and Bubba show. If you got more today, then enjoy it. If you want to know how to get all the Rick and Bubba content on your time, go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.